Hello, hello, hello. Happy Halloween. I'm going to be playing Kureha's route today. We're going to see how far we can get. Also, my mic was not muted. I thought it was, and I was putting on my hand lotion and doing my routines before I started, but you know what? That's fine. It's fine. We were playing a horror game last night, and I just didn't turn off the mic afterwards. Good morning. So we are starting Kureha's route today. I had originally intended to play 9 hours today. It was my dream. It was Halloween. It was my favorite holiday. I was gonna be here for half my day. Unfortunately, I had to go to work. Happy Halloween, Twyla! Eee. But I should have brought candy in here. I actually have some candy. Oh, actually, I have something else. So I did an online order through Strawberry Moth. I don't know if you know that artist, but they draw super cute things, and this is like their fall postcard. I bought a couple of these so I could send them to my friends. And the back is just like that. And then they had a relief sticker, so if you bought this, it was a donation. So I got a couple of those for me and my Cia store. And then this is the thank you card that came with it, which is so cute. Thank you. So I thought that was cute, kind of fallsies. Thought it matched the vibes. I was gonna show it last night, but I was too dark. It was too dark to show it off, I realized. Because I keep the lights off when I play the spoopy games. Which we might play another spoopy game. We just have to pick one out. It turned out the ghost stories of this school and the Seven Wonders actually had an 8th and final mystery. Bum bum bum. Kureha and I were both surprised at this new revelation and weren't sure how to proceed. Oh! Well, that was sudden. I didn't notice the silhouette that had crept up behind me. Before Kureha could move, the wraith reached out to me and... Stop awaking the memories I put to rest. If you seek out the 8th wonder, I will curse you. Why isn't it not talking? That was weird, right? That's not normal, right? The words that flowed into my head were were cut off when I came to. I heard the sound of something falling up to the ground. The thing that fell was a large bony arm. I felt a searing pain in my head and was about to collapse on the spot when Kureha grabbed me by the arm. He picked me up and immediately started running. We flew down the stairs and entered one of the nearby classrooms. Kureha sat me down on top of a desk, and he looked directly at me.
すまない。俺がついていながら危険な目に遭わせてしまって。本当に申し訳なかった。
Thank you too much. Sorry, I put you in danger even though I promised to protect you. It's alright, you don't need to apologize.
顔に触れられていたが、見た目には何も現れていないな。気分はどうだ?
Feel another sneeze. Oh no, hang on. But the girl from Clueless, like there's something just tickling my nose. I don't know why. She touched you in the face, but I didn't. I don't notice anything different for now. How do you feel? Now I feel... Keep trying not to sneeze again. I can feel it. Oh goodness. Happy Halloween. Also happy belated birthday to Kureha, my sweet red puppy. I might come back later if you're still streaming. I'm going to be streaming for like 4 hours today. It was going to be 9, but I have to go to work because couldn't find anyone to cover the shift that's happening, so I get to be the one. I still had a headache, but it was much less intense than before. But more importantly, that wraith, it touched my face. So the words that flowed into my head were, she said she would curse me to death. Okay, I hope you have a happy Halloween in the meantime. Kureha frowned to
触れら
himself.
れた時あの悪霊の心残りが流れ込んできたか
When you were touched, the regrets of the wraith must have flown into you. I don't think that was the remnants of her regrets.
だが聖夜というものが言っていただろうお前が幽霊に触れられると心残りに関する思念が流れ込んでくると
Yeah, but it was a very clear statement. You remember what that man called Seiya told you? When ghosts touch you, their thoughts relating to the regrets will flow into you. That message was directed at me. Kureha looked at me, stunned. I too was still trying to take it all in. She said it so clear that if I looked for the eighth and final wonder, she would curse me and kill me. She said something about not awakening, forgotten memories. I'm not sure what that means though. Do you remember everything about your past?
実はお前から引き剥がそうと悪霊の腕を掴んだんだがびくともしなくて
The truth is I tried to grab the wraith's arm to pull her away from you, but she wouldn't budge.
刀で腕を切り落としたんだ
I ended up cutting off her arm with my sword. Then that thing that fell to the floor actually was... When I regained consciousness, I remembered seeing something resembling an arm fall to the ground. The wraith's power must have been so strong Kureha had no choice but to use the sword. I'm sorry, I haven't even thanked you for saving me yet. Thank you so much, Kureha. I keep saying it differently, by the way. Kureha didn't even seem to hear me. He remained silent as though deep in
切り
thought.
落とす時刀を伝ってきたのか
When I
不思議
cut
な
off
形になったんだ
when I cut off the wraith's arm, I felt a strange sensation come through my sword.
あの悪霊から何かを感じ
Also, does the sound need to go down a little bit? It seems...
うまく言い表せないんだが
Or is it me? Am
心が
I...
惹かれるとでも言えばいいのか
I felt something... I'm having a good morning. I'm just like coughing and sneezing. I felt something from her. I don't know how to explain it, but I was drawn to her, I think. You mean you're drawn to the wraith in the same way you're drawn to the living?
それと比べられればよかったんだが俺は聖者に惹かれるというもの自体分かっていなくてな
I suppose the two could be similar. That said, I don't really understand all that about being attracted to the living. You said you were attracted to me before.
前にも言っただろお前に惹かれたのは聖者だからじゃないお前だから惹かれたんだ
I mentioned that before, didn't I? I'm not attracted to you because you're alive. I'm attracted to you as a person. Right, you did say that. In spite of the situation, I couldn't help but feel stirred up by his words.
お前に惹かれるのとは種類が違ってなどう言えばいいのか
The attraction I felt is different from the attraction I feel for you. How best to explain it? For now, let's just assume the wraith has done something to impact both of us. Kureha nodded. But what am I supposed to do now? If I go and look for the eighth wonder, the wraith will try and curse me, maybe even kill me. Boy, is down bad. Honestly, he's been down since before she even got spirited away. He was like, oh my god, she's worried about me. Slay. I need to obtain the name of the final wonder. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to return back to the mortal realm. What if you start guessing names? Try.
8つ目を解き明かそうとすればあの悪霊にお前が狙われるだが解き明かさなければいずれここで朽ち果てる
If she kills me though, then I get to stay, so win there, I guess. If you try to discover the eighth mystery, the wraith may attack you, but if you don't, you'll die from staying here too long. But hey, expressed my concerns out loud, causing my heart to feel suffocated by my situation. I know, but after what just happened... She's a cutie though, right? Reflecting on it caused a chill to run down my spine. Now's not the time to be mulling over things like this, but I can't help myself. Kureha then rested his hand on my shoulder.
俺ができることはお前を守ることのみ。この空間を写しよに戻し、お
All I
前
can
が
do is
無事に
protect
帰れる
you.
ようにな。
I'll continue to do so until this space is returned to the mortal
さっ
realm.
きの後では頼りなく思うかもしれないが、この魂にかけてお前を守ると約束する。
I feel like I've been up for over an hour and suddenly I'm just like sneezing. I don't know if my allergies are acting up. It's anticipating what's that word? A hayride I never took. Given everything that's just happened, I might not seem very dependable, but I promise to protect you.
俺を信じてほしい。
So please, I want you to trust me. Okay. His gaze was as sincere as his unwavering tone. I should be happy. His words seemed to carry a deeper meaning, one that filled me with dread rather than joy. His willing to sacrifice himself to save me, I could see it in his eyes. I believe in you, Kureha. I honestly don't know if I've ever known someone as dependable as you, but I want to be even stronger so he doesn't have to pull himself in harm's way for me.
何か言いかけていたようだが、どうしたんだ？気になることがあるなら言ってくれ。
You look like you were about to say something. What is it? Tell me if there's something bothering you. Everything. It's nothing. Kureha, thank you. I want to protect you too. The words echoed in my heart. I knew better than to say them out loud. Hearing those words would only make Kureha worry even more. That's right, I got so caught up in the moment I nearly said them, but instead of stammered off.
お前も何か約束してくれるのか？
Got something you want to promise to? My desperate attempt to find something to say seemed to have tickled him because he smiled as he spoke. All the above. That's terrible. You shouldn't laugh at me. I've been through a lot, yo. Like, look at where we are. I'm literally breathing in death as we exist here.
すまない。だがバカにしたわけじゃないぞ。
Sorry, I wasn't making fun of
俺
you.
を思ってくれているのが伝わってきて、嬉しくてつい笑ってしまったんだ。だから許せ。
I can tell that you care about me too. I guess I just laughed because I was happy. Forgive me. Because he could tell I care about him? His words made my heart quicken. Kureha can be so direct sometimes. I can't help but blush when he talks like
お
that.
前は無理に約束を交わさなくていい。俺が勝手にしたことだ。
There's no need for promises on your part. I acted on my own volition. Even still, I wanted to do something to thank him, but I can't think of anything. Make him a card. I wasn't sure if it was enough, but I felt I wanted to say something to him. Kureha, you're dependable and strong. You're someone I can trust from the bottom of my heart. Kureha lifted his hand from my shoulder and moved it closer to my face. Is he? He hesitated, putting his hand back down by his side.
冗談だ。
That was a joke. So funny. He had said the same thing when he teased me the previous time, but this time was different. That was no joke. I could tell from his expression and the way he moved he wanted to touch me. Why are you lying to me? I shouldn't have asked, but I couldn't help myself. I wanted to know. Kureha looked awkwardly
お
away.
前の言葉が嬉しすぎて、自然と手が動いていた。すまない。怖い思いをさせて。
Your words made me so happy my hand just sort of moved on its own. I'm sorry if that scared you. I didn't think that Kureha wanted to touch me just because I was a member of the living. After all, he said he was attracted to me as a person. That's why he wanted to touch me. I felt confused, at the same time incredibly happy.
今以上、お前に惹かれないようにする。思う心を止めなければな。
I must not allow myself to develop these feelings any more than I already have. For some reason, his words left me feeling depressed. I'm not scared. Say it out loud. Vampire. Actually, wait, should I be saving over? Nah, it's fine. We'll stay. Do you want to stop? Do you really want to stop before? I cautiously asked him and Kureha responded with a
い
wary
ずれお前
smile.
を困らせてしまうからな。それに
It would only cause trouble for everyone besides.
思い続ければお前に触れたいと思う心を制御できなくなる。
The deeper my feelings for you grow, the less I can control myself. Explain. I hesitated for a brief moment. If I don't say this now, I'm not scared even if you were to touch me. Kureha's face froze, a surprised look on his face. I still feel confused. I'm sorry, please forget I said that. I didn't say it.
今のでお前への思いが募ってしまったからな。
It's too late for that. You caused my feelings to grow even more for you. Kureha moved his face even closer
ど
to
う責
me.
任を取ってくれる？
The responsibility factor. How will you take responsibility for that?
今のは冗談だ。責任を取らせようなんて思ってない。
That was a joke. I wasn't thinking of making you take responsibility for anything. That's terrible. Why do you always tease me like
お前
that?
だって俺の心を翻弄しただろ。
You were toying with my heart earlier too.
だが今のような言葉はもう言ってくれるな。
Please don't say things like that to me anymore, alright?
思い続ければお前に触れたいと思う心を制御できなくなる。
The deeper my feelings for you grow, the less I can control
その
myself.
肌に触れお前を心から感じたいと思ってしまうだろう。男として。
The first time as a man is makes sense. I want to touch you, to feel your skin against mine, to feel your heart as a man, I mean. Oh my god.
そうなったらお前を苦しめる。気味が悪いかもしれないが理性が効かなそうでな。
I know that would cause you pain, and though I don't want to scare you, I'm not sure I'll be able to control myself. The idea of interacting with him like that made my head spin. Kureha sees me as a woman. I understood his desire to touch someone for whom he has feelings for. Seiya said that spirits overcome by darkness could harm my mental state, but Kureha, you don't harbor any dark thoughts or regrets, do you? Asking it that way, I felt as though I was practically asking him to touch me. I couldn't bring myself to tell him directly that I had feelings for him.
俺の中にあるのは戸惑いと疑問。だから闇はないと思っている。
I have doubts and questions, but no darkness. And yet,
今のを聞くということはいいのか？
since you asked, does that mean it's okay? I looked directly at him, silently nodding. We're getting touched. Kureha slowly reached his hand to me. He seemed to react. He seemed to be reaching for my cheek. Finally, his cold, ghostly hand touched me. What a word. It made my body twitch. Sensing my reaction, Kureha quickly pulled his hand away. But I reflexively grabbed his hand. No, no. He's shaking. This told me all I needed to know. He was shaking because he was worried about how I'd react. Don't worry, I don't feel anything. That's not exactly true. I was able to feel close to him.
本当に平気か？気を使って我慢しているんじゃ。
Are you sure you're alright? You're not just saying that, are you? You don't believe me.
そういうわけじゃないが、どうしても怖くてな。お前を苦しめているのではと。
I'm just worried I might cause you pain. His fear was palpable and he continued to tremble. I'm starting to fall for him. The fact that he worried so much about me filled me with joy. It's not causing me any pain at all. The coldness is actually quite comforting.
それならよかった。
If so, then I'm glad. Kureha, I'm gonna try and discover the eighth wonder, so please protect me.
最後まで守り抜く覚悟だ。お前がうつしょへ戻る時までそばにいる。いや、
I'll protect you until you return to the mortal realm. Please allow me to stay by your side. That should be my line. I'm the one who wants you by my side. Even though I knew we'd have to say goodbye, I still wanted to be by his side. It was just as Kureha said, the deeper my feelings grew, the less I could control myself. Then, in the next moment... Ow. I felt a sharp pain on my right cheek and instinctively covered it with my hand.
やはり俺が触れたことで
That's where I was touching you. No, it's not that. Kureha pulled my arm away and looked at the spot on my cheek where I felt the pain.
これは
What is this? Kureha seemed shocked as he looked at me, but the pain took all of my attention. A gaze. The door of the classroom was open. There was a red eye peeking through the cracks then. It looks like she has the hair of the girl from Tengoku Struggle. Am I seeing things? The final wonder, the more you chase, the stronger the curse, until your mind lay rotting. The pain vanished in an instant. The wraith at the door was gone.
このままではまずい
This is bad if we don't do something. Kureha picked me up from the ground and tried to run out of the classroom. Unable to stop shaking, I grabbed hold of his collar as tightly as I could. I'm scared. Hey girl, you don't have to look. Yeah, just come in here and talk. It's okay. Use your words. It was an immense sense of fear, unlike anything I ever felt before. What was going to happen to me? Oh, Kureha. I hurried to the nurse's office with her. What is going on? That thing that appeared on her right cheek? I knew I had to find her a place to rest. I held her tightly, hoping to stop from shaking. Her from shaking.
俺がついてるから
Don't worry, I'm here with you. She said nothing as she held tightly onto me. I wasn't sure exactly what happened. All I knew was that when I touched her cheek, she seemed to be in great pain. It must have been because I touched her. Nah. But I touched her on the other cheek. That's just a small detail. This is all my fault. What have I done? Ugh. Had I known this would happen, I would have sealed away my feelings I had for her, but it's too late to regret it now. I just have to cut these feelings off. I have to make sure nothing like this happens again. I have to overreact without knowing anything. Classic. What is this? Wait, is this coming to? I looked around to find that I was back in the nurse's office. I got up and tried to think. Kureha was carrying me, and did I faint from fear? I understand why you're upset, but don't you dare make that face when she wakes up.
そうだな分かってはいるんだが
Yeah, you're right. I know you're right, but I could hear voices from behind the curtain. I'm gonna put the BRB on. I was waiting for music to pop back up because I'm going to go cough for just a second. That way, my nose doesn't feel stuffy. LOL, 1 second. make sure I'm center. Sorry. Took me a second longer. There was nothing in the first bathroom. I could hear voices from behind the curtains. It was Kureha and Yui? I patted my hair and clothes before opening the curtain to get out of bed. Thanks for letting me rest, you two. Upon seeing me, Kureha and Yui both audibly sighed with relief.
何を言っているの？辛い時は休むのが一番よ。気分はどう？
Of course, rest is most important thing when you're not feeling well. By the way, how are you feeling now? I'm sorry I'm making you worry. I'm totally fine, I think. Kureha, thank you so much for carrying me all the way here.
お礼はいらない。
There's no need to thank me, but Kureha frowned.
お前の右頬に現れたあざは俺のせいだ。
The mark on your right cheek is totally my fault. Huh? What mark?
少し待っていて。
Hold on. After Yui said this, she went over to the nurse's desk and took something out from inside.
これで見てみなさい。
Have a look. A hand mirror. I looked at my face and what is this? Ooh, I'm getting my own tattoo. There was a black bruise on my right cheek. Then I thought back to what happened in the classroom. Did that voice do this? I only saw the eye for a moment, but I knew it belonged to the wraith from before. I'm appreciating that they put eye instead of eyes. Thank you. Could it be that the wraith did something to me when it touched me? Curse you. I felt a shiver after remembering it.
すまない。俺のせいだ。
I'm sorry, it's my fault. This wasn't your fault,
俺がお
Kureha.
前に触れていた時にそのあざが現れたんだ。
The mark appeared when I touched you. That's why I... No, it's not your fault, Kureha. This mark is... I paused for a moment before going on to explain where I believe the mark came from. Remember, Kureha, you touched me on my left cheek. It was the wraith that touched me on my right cheek. Honestly, I couldn't remember being touched by the wraith. All I could remember was the negative thoughts flowing in my mind. In response, Kureha furrowed his
お
brow.
前の言う通りだが。
You might be right, but... I am right. The wraith did this. I couldn't tell you this earlier, but I felt like someone was watching me in the classroom. Then I saw the wraith peeking at me through the crack in the door.
そうだったのか。
I see. I'm sorry.
気づけずにすまない。
I didn't notice because I was so excited. That's not your fault, Kureha. I didn't realize it at first either.
ということは、あなたはその悪霊に
Does that
呪
mean
い
you
と
think
かそういう物騒なものをかけ
the
られた。
wraith cast a curse on you? I think so. At least that's what the wraith... That's what the wraith said. It said the curse would get stronger if I pursued the final wonder. Curse, curse, curse until my mind lay rotten. Terrified, I fell to my knees.
しっかりして。
Are you okay? Yui immediately rushed over to me, closely followed by Kureha. They both helped me into a chair.
呪いがかかっているのなら、このまま8つ目を追うわけにはいかない。
If you really are cursed, then we can't keep looking for the eighth mystery as things stand. Well, we need to.
でも、そうしないと、彼女がうつしおへ戻る道は。
If we don't, she can't return to the mortal realm.
彼女に手伝わせなきゃいい。俺たちで動こう。
Then we'll do it on our own. We'll let her continue to rest here. But
明暗だけれど、それでは意味がないと思う。描かれた彼岸花は、彼女の所有しているプリントに現れているのよ。
that's an idea, but I don't think it's going to work. She has to do this. The corpse flowers are her survey. On her survey, after all. Yui's right. I had to be the one to uncover the mystery, or the god who put this all into action wouldn't accept it, and the eighth flower would remain unfilled.
それに、私たちが動いたとして、彼女のあざに影響しないとは言い切れないわ。私たちが調べるだけで何かしてくるかも。
It's possible that the scar will react even without her. It's possible just investigating the eighth wonder will trigger the curse. That's also
という
fair.
ことは、どこかで見ているのか。
You think the wraith is watching us? Boy, yeah. You didn't even notice the wraith watching us earlier.
ええ、そうじゃないかしら。 神様のような力はないと思うし、
Wraiths
実際に観察しているのよ。
I do. Wraiths aren't all seen, which means she must be nearby. I instinctively glanced at the door. Kureha rushed to check outside.
大丈
Kureha.
夫だ。今はいない。
Don't worry, there's nobody there. I felt a wave of relief wash over me.
それなら話し合うなら今ね。手早く済ませるわよ。
In that case, now's the time to discuss the plan, but we best be quick about it. Right.
悪いが、俺はここで見張りながらにさせてもらう。
We'll stay out here
あれ
and
が
look
近づいてきたらいけないからな。
and as lookouts. I won't let that thing anywhere near you. Thanks. I felt safe knowing Kureha would be on guard at the door.
言い忘れていたけれど、クレハさんからすべて話は聞いているわ。私からも開かずの間について伝えてある。
By the way, I forgot to mention this before, but Kureha told me everything. I also told him everything I learned about the Forbidden Room.
それで私が感じたところだけれど、
So here's what I think.
悪霊は8つ目の七不思議に異常なまでに反応を示している。ということは関係しているのよ。
The Ray seems to react strongly whenever we investigate the final mystery, which means I think the two are somehow related. What's the room called again? The Room of Secrets? No, that's Harry Potter. What is this room called? The Hidden Room? Could it be the Murder Room? Where everybody died? Could it be the name of the Wraith is the name I need to unlock? I need to unlock the last mystery? The thought made me quiver with fear. Just as I was about to say what that was impossible, Kureha spoke up.
そういえば、言っていたな。記憶を呼び覚ますなとも言われたと。
Didn't it say something about not to awaken memories? Yes, more precisely, it said not to awaken the memories it put to sleep.
8つ目を探れば記憶が蘇ってしまうということね。
Which means searching for the 8th mystery will revive those memories. Possibly. Just in case we're gonna save. I don't usually save for the thoughts because the thoughts don't affect the overall. Just put it as simply as possible. I suspect there's a memory she doesn't want revived. But given the way she said it, I think it's someone else's memory.
待って、そもそも悪霊はほぼ自我がないと言われているから、記憶とかそういう以前の話だわ。
Hold on. The Wraiths are said not to be fully conscious anymore. I'm not even sure she has memories.
それもそうだし、意志を持って彼女に接触してきているのもおかしな話だ。
That's true, but it is odd to think she initiated contact with you herself. Could she remember something? A hush fell over
これ
them.
ばかりは悪霊にならないとわからないでしょうね。
Can't be sure unless I turn into a wraith myself. You're right, but not having memories, I see. Wait, not having memories sounds like... I glanced at Kureha. Kureha, you mentioned feeling something when you severed the wraith's arm with your sword, right?
ああ、そうだが。それが何か関係しているの
She has like that undertone of red. Hi, mama. So like, are they related? Is that his Sibylon? Mayhaps? That's right, but what does that have to do with anything? You said you're drawn to the Wraith, and yet you have no memories of how you died.
どういうこと？クレアさん、悪霊に心が惹かれたの？
Yeah, Kureha, remember, are you related to this in any way, shape, or form? What do you mean, Kureha? Are you somehow connected with this Wraith? Kureha remained silent, offering no answer. Maybe. Maybe that Wraith is somehow linked to your death. That's why it doesn't want the memory revived. It doesn't want Kureha to find out the truth. My gaze shifted to Kureha's abdomen. His clothes were stained red with what looks like blood. It's a flower! Could the wraith have killed Kureha?
クレハさん、幽霊として目覚めてからあの悪霊を初めて見たのはいつ？
Maybe his dark memories in a form, like he took them out of his body and... Ooh. That'd be interesting. I'm not gonna lie. I do like 9 R.I.P. I don't know if it could be that interesting though. You know what I mean? Like it's too interesting a concept. I don't think they would have came up with it. Kureha, when did you first encounter that wraith after becoming a ghost?
1、2年ほど経ったくらいだったと思うが。
I think it was about 1 or 2 years ago. So sounds like my theory is incorrect
い
then.
や、幽霊が初めから悪霊化しているとは言い切れない。
Not necessarily. It's rare for a ghost to immediately become a wraith after death. So if you don't know what she looked like before she became a wraith, she might have arrived here around the same time as you. She could... So could the divine invocation incident at the Tsukugami estate and the wraith somehow be linked to Kureha?
まあ、あの悪霊について話を聞いて回れば分かってくるだろう。
Indeed, we should try to learn more about the wraith by asking around.
話し合いはもう良さそうだな。
I wonder if Blue's gonna show up in
俺は
chat today, by the way.
外に出てあの悪霊に関して話を聞いて回る。
I asked because when I was playing my midnight video games, at 1 o'clock it was 4 a.m. For Blue, and Blue had taken a strange nap the day before. There seemed as good a place as any for us to wrap this up. I'll go out and try to find out more information about the raid.
私は開かずの間の噂話を探るわ。すでに調べ始めてはいたけれど、まだ分かっていなくてね。
I feel the need to Google something. Hang on. I also need to pop up my dashboard so I can raid people when I leave. Let's see. Wraith. Origins. The word wraith has a mysterious origin, but is first used in 1513 by Scottish poet and bishop Gavin Douglas in his translation of Virgil's Aeneid. Douglas used the word to describe apparitions of both the living and the dead. Ghost or specter, the exact likeness of a living person usually seen just before death, shadowy lack of substance. I was just curious if they had a different meaning for wraith than I'm used to. A wraith to me has always kind of been like a evil spirit. But like, they're saying like you turn into a wraith, like you don't just become a wraith at death. I'll do my research about the forbidden room. That's what it's called. I found some information, but nothing definitive yet.
あなたはここでお留守番よ。おそらくもうカリファは効かないでしょう
What?
から。
Why? You should stay put. I doubt that the Khalifa flower will be effective anymore. Do Khalifa flowers use their effect over
い
time?
いえ、違うわ。カリファの花びらを出してみて。
No. Go take a look at the petals. They're all black, aren't they? I unwrapped the Khalifa flower from my handkerchief. The petal I found inside. Petals were all black and
やっ
withered.
ぱりね。悪霊に触れられた時に力を発揮して枯れてしまったのだわ。
As I suspected, the wraith's touch triggered its powers, causing the flower to wither. The wraith's touch. Come to think of it, I remember feeling something like a static shock on my back when I touched me. I didn't see the wraith behind me, but I suddenly experienced a shock. This must have been the Khalifa flower.
一度しか効力はないのよ。だから今のカリファに力はもうないわ。
Indeed, they typically only work once, which is why the flowers are ineffective now. I see. So if I don't have the Khalifa petals with me at that time, I could have been grabbed from behind and taken away. Thank goodness I had the Khalifa petals with
カリ
me.
ファはもうないから違う方法であなたを守らないとね。
I don't have any more Khalifa flowers, so we'll just need another method of self-defense for you. Yui then took out a key from her pocket. I looked at the tag of the key and saw it say nurse's office on it. That's the key to the nurse's office? Did you take it from faculty
え
room?
え、あなたが眠っている間にね、役に立つかなと思って。
I got it while you were asleep. I thought it might come
こ
in
の世
handy.
界は幽霊であっても扉に手をかけなければ開けられない。だから鍵を閉めておけば安全でしょ。
In this world, even ghosts must use the handle of the door to open it, so if we keep it locked, you'll be safe. Thanks, that's quite
それ
reassuring.
じゃ私は先に出るわね。クレハさんが出た後、鍵を閉めるのを忘れずに。
I'll be going now. After Kureha leaves, be sure to lock the door behind him. Thank you, Yui. I owe you one. Yui smiled at me and then left the nurse's office.
内鍵は何があっても絶対に開けるな。誰が来てもだ。
Keep the door locked from the inside. Don't unlock it no matter who comes. Got it. But Yui has the key, so what do I do when you come back, Kureha?
そうだな。俺とお前しか知り得ない言葉を合言葉にする
How
か。
about we have a password that only we would know? Kureha then moved his face closer to my ear and whispered, Leah. Kureha whispered caused my heart to jump. After stepping back, I saw that he was
この世
smiling.
界になるより以前からお前のことは見てきている。
I just forgot he didn't know my name. He knows my name. I've had my eye on you before you came to this
お
world.
そらくここの幽霊でそうしてきたのは俺だけだ。
I'm probably the only ghost that did. Boy was stalking her when she was not here. That's right, Kureha said he knew me from before. He must have heard my name when I was talking to Sayaka or something. I guess you're the only one that knows, huh? Well, I'm glad you remember.
俺も名を呼べて嬉しいよ。
He
ずっと呼
knows.
びたかったからな。
Because he's a ghost stalker. What a interesting subplot. What the heck? I'm glad I got to call you by your name. I've always wanted to do so.
俺が呼びかけたら戸に耳をつけろ。お前の名をささやくから。
If you hear me outside, put your ear to the door and I'll whisper your name. That's not a good idea. Have a hot dog, right? Like a banana apple, like something. Something that won't be troublesome if someone else hears it. If you hear me outside, put your ear to the door and I'll whisper your name. I'll be waiting for you to come back. Please make sure that there's no one around so they can't hear.
心得ている。
Yeah, understood. But if there's someone around, I can't open the door fast for you,
し
so...
かしここでは絶対に名を口にするなとお前に言ったが優越感に浸っていたかったのかもしれない。
I told you to never speak your name while you're here. Perhaps I would just wanted you to know I know your name.
お前の名を知るのはここでは俺だけとな。
I'm the one...
俺は意外と独占欲が強かったらしい。
I'm the only one here who knows your name, and I want to keep
あの
that
赤い
all
本を
to
知るところ
myself.
だが
I guess the red book knows too. We're still calling it the red book. We know the red book's name. Well, he might not, but she does, and she still called him the red book last time. I still thought that was funny. There's something about that. It makes me feel so flattered.
それじゃ俺も行ってくる。俺が戻るまで無事でいてくれよ。
Anyways, I'll be going now. Stay safe until I return. Before he left, I hold his hand. I just want to know what happens if you hold his hand. Painful hiccups, oh gosh. I took Kureha's hand and held it firmly in my own.
お前怖くないのか。あんなことがあった後で。
Aren't you afraid after all that's happened? This mark isn't your fault, Kureha. It's okay, really. He's blushing! Kureha's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a hint of blush. Just be careful, okay? Don't overdo it out there. Kureha squeezed my hand in return
一
and
ついい
then...
か。戻ってきたらまたこうして手を握っても。
Can I ask you something when I come back? Can we hold hands again just like we are now? Yes, of course. My reply came out a bit awkwardly, but Kureha just offered a gentle smile.
約束だぞ。では行ってくる。
Then it's a promise. I'll be back soon. Take care. Releasing my hand, Kureha exited the nurse's office. A promise. I'm already looking forward to it. I swiftly secured the door after his departure and settled into a chair. A wave of loneliness washed over me, and an uneasy feeling crept up my arm. I just hope they both come back safely. Thinking of all they were doing for me, I became filled with concern. My mind wandered to the connections between the Wraith, Kureha's memories, and the divine invocation incidents. After leaving the nurse's office, I wandered around questioning the other ghost about the Wraith. Everyone had heard of the Wraith, but that was about it. Then again, I wasn't much different. I didn't know anything concrete about the Wraith. I asked Hibiki about it, but that led nowhere. All my efforts seemed in vain. I gazed down at my hand. I was able to call her by her name. I whispered her name before, but it felt empty, hollow. She had no way to respond. This time she blushed when I said her name. The whole thing felt thrilling and exciting. I longed to say her name even more, to have her gaze meet mine. I mustn't get too carried away. There was work to be done. That's right. When I return, I should try saying I'm back. My thoughts preoccupied with her, I continued to speak to the other ghosts. Chapter 7! That was a short chapter. What the heck? They know I'm on a time crunch. They're like, we gotta hurry this along for her. She's gotta go to work. I can spell, I just can't spell right now. Hang on. After Kureha and Yui set off to investigate, I thought about things on my own. Also, what's his bar look like? I actually haven't checked that yet. I do like the sketch line looks because, I don't know, I can show that to like my nail tech. After Kureha and Yui set off to investigate, I thought about things on my own. Beyond the divine invocation, there might be some other connections between the Tsukigami family and Kureha and that Wraith. Kureha mentioned questioning other ghosts about his own identity, yet nobody recognized him. However, he likely didn't speak to the Wraith. If the Forbidden Room was linked to the Wraith, it could hold a clue about Kureha's lost memory as well. For now, I needed to try and find out all I could about the Forbidden Room. So far, the 7 wonders were largely tied to the divine invocation incident. It would make sense if the Forbidden Room was tied to them as well, which means that Kureha and the Wraith probably had something to do with the divine invocation incident. For the moment, I decided to summarize all I knew about those involved in the murders. First was Yui. She was Asoa Tsukigami's only daughter, and her disappearance served as a catalyst for the murders. Next was Asoa Tsukigami himself. Given Yui's behavior, it seemed unlikely that he was at school. Then there was the victims, 6 in total, as far as I was aware. First was Hibiki, though not killed by Asoa Tsukigami himself, he was abducted and confined at the estate. Next was the girl who became a Wraith, the one Yui apologized to in the cafeteria. She turned into Wraith while I was with Hibiki. Next, the ghost called the Drawing Boy. He was kidnapped by Tsukigami, imprisoned, and has now crossed over. Finally, Hanako of the toilet. Her story was a lot like the Drawing Boy, and she too had crossed over. That story still gets me. I'm still sad about that one. Like, I just want to give my brother a caramel. Like, I had interacted with all these victims so far, which meant there should be 2 more. It was possible they had already crossed over, but if they were still here, I should try and find those 2 as well. If they lived during the same time as the Wraith, they may know something. I should also go back and talk to Hibiki again. Deep in thought, I heard the door in the nurse's office click and swing open. There stood Yui in the doorway. Welcome back! I'm glad to see you made it back okay. I was feeling anxious on my own, and I was relieved to see Yui again. I'm glad to see you're alright as well. After entering the room, she quickly locked the door and approached. Her face was grave as she pulled up a chair and approached.
開かずの間の噂話、その内容がやっと分かったわ。
I found out some more information about the Forbidden Room. Really? That's great. I'm so glad to hear there was another ghost who knew about it.
食堂にいる女の子に聞いたのよ。あなたと同じ制服を着ていたから驚いたわ。
I spoke with the girl from the cafeteria. It's surprising, actually. You both share the same uniform. Did she have a lunchbox with her? She might be the ghost linked to the Seventh Wonder.
ああ、だからお弁当箱を持っていたのね。話に夢中で気づけなかったわ。
So that's the deal with the lunchbox. I didn't really have a chance to ask her
そ
about
れで
it.
ね、開かずの間だけれど、彼女が聖者だった頃は、七不思議の一つだったそうよ。
The Forbidden Room, it's one of the Seven Wonders back when she was still alive. Really? Which means that it's no longer considered one of the current Seven Wonders.
その通り。なんでも、真相を確かめたらしい生徒がネタばらしをしたらしくてね。その内容があまりにもくだらなかったみたい。
A student that was looking for the truth went and exposed it. It turns out the truth was completely
だか
ridiculous.
ら、噂に対する熱が冷めて、七不思議から外れちゃったということだったわ。
Soon, the interest in the room faded and it was replaced as one of the Seven Wonders. That's interesting, but what determines a rumor getting removed from the school's Seven Wonders? The red book in the library previously mentioned something about working to become famous enough to join the ranks of the Seven Wonders. I wonder if there's someone like Sayaka managing the school's Seven Wonders. Nah, that's just silly, but I'm sure she'd love to do it.
まあ、そのあたりは、この学校の生徒が決めることだから、私にはわからないわよ。
Well, that's decided by students of the school. It's not something I know much about.
とりあえず、そのネタばらしを含めて、開かずの間の噂話を話すわね。
Now, back to what I figured out about the Forbidden Room. Alright, go for it. Please, continue. Yui nodded and began to tell me all the things she had learned. On the first floor of Narimigahama, the high school's main building, if you walk alone through there at twilight, you may hear the sound of a young girl crying. Her voice sounds muffled, as though she's being imprisoned somewhere. One day, a student stayed late after school, heard the pained cries of the girl, and decided to look for her. The student followed the sobs, checking every classroom along the way. There was one classroom that always remained locked, yet for some reason on that day it was open. There was a girl inside the classroom, and when the student approached her, she spoke. "Thank you for finding me. I was under a spell that prevented me from escaping. I was crying out of despair." The side of the girl's mouth was slit open. "I'm glad you came. Now I can devour a human." It turned out it wasn't a girl at all, but a monster with a hideous demonic face. Before the student could scream, the girl's huge hand lunged forward and consumed them. Indeed, the Forbidden Room isn't a place, it's a demon. A demon placed under a terrible spell that prevents it from leaving the room. That's why she continues to cry, in the hope that another student will find her. Even today, whenever twilight comes, the cries echo through the school's crimson halls. The cries of a hungry demon.
というのが噂話の内容よ。ここからは勇気ある生徒がこの噂を確かめた話。
As for the brave student who tried to figure out the truth, the brave student roamed the first floor of the main building at twilight fell, yet there was no cries to be heard. Just as the student was about to head home, a faint cry broke the eerie silence, but something about the sound was odd. The student followed the cries. There was actually coming from the library. The library should have been closed at this hour, but the staff was still at school and the door was unlocked. Approaching the counter, the source of the cries, the student asked, "Teacher, what's with that dog?" There below the counter was a small pet carrier with a dog yapping inside. "My apologies for the noise. This is the principal's dog. I'm in charge of taking care of it once a month." The cries were more like yaps. The truth behind the demon, it was just a small dog. The Forbidden Room was just the library, which was normally closed in the evenings. So that's the secret hidden room? How dumb. When Yui finished her story, I couldn't help but feel a little let down. That sounds pretty silly, though I kind of prefer it being harmless.
その感想を裏切るようで申し訳ないけれど、それが真相ではないわよ。
I hate to burst your bubble, but that's really not the truth of the matter. I had a feeling that would be the case. If it really were just a dog, why would there be a final corpse flowered on the survey? The rumor was about the first floor of the main building, right? But considering that's not where the library is, the forbidden room remains unopened is inhabited by the man-eating demon who lures humans with its cries and devours them when they come near, or so the rumor goes.
その疑問を解消するためにも、次は場所を探らないとならないわね。
We'll need to investigate the true location to clear up the rumors. According to the rumor, the room had to be on the first floor, but the first floor of the school building was fairly large. The drawing boy appeared in any classroom if you summoned him. Maybe there's a way to call the source of the rumor to you.
そうそう。さっきせいやさんが来ていてね。
Oh yeah, Seiya stopped by earlier. He wanted me to give you this. Is it Khalifa flowers? Nice. Yui set a cloth bag on the table. I still think this would have been cute in the limited edition. Like a little... And they could have been scented. Like how cute. What's this? I picked it up. A floral scent tickled my nose.
カリファの花びらが詰まっているそうよ。
It's filled with Khalifa flower petals.
空気を浄化してくれるかもって。
He thought it might help cleanse the air around you. One, it was brought up in Koyo's route. It was brought up in this route. It was brought up in my boy's route. I can't think of his name right now. Technically, it's brought up in Seiya's route because it's in the same place my boy's at. Seiya. It's filled with Khalifa flower petals. He thought it might help cleanse the air around you. Wow, that's great. But Seiya... Did Seiya leave already?
ええ、用事があるとかで、さっさと別の場所へ行ってしまったわ。
He said he had business to take care of elsewhere. I wish I could have thanked him in person. Oh well. Still, I'm not sure this will be enough to keep me
そう
safe.
ね。せめて付き添いがいればいいのだけれど、どこか行きたいところがあるの？
It'd be best if you had someone to go with. Is there anywhere in particular you want to investigate? Not really. I was just curious. Actually, I really want to see Hibiki and track down the other victims of the Divine Invocation incident, but it was hard for me to tell Yui
それ
that.
じゃあ、今度は場所の特定をしてくるわね。
I'll go and try to find the location of the hidden room. Sorry for all the
そうい
trouble.
う謝罪は聞かないわよ。お礼なら受け取るけれど。
No need to apologize. I'll gladly accept gratitude instead. Thanks, Yui.
どういたしまして。それでは、行ってくるわね。
You're
鍵を
welcome.
忘
I'll
れず
just
に。
be going. Don't forget to lock up after me. Okay, Yui. I love you. Best of luck. Yui stepped out of the nurse's office and I made sure to lock the door after her. Silence filled the empty nurse's office. I glanced at the table and noticed the hand mirror still laying there, my face, and the mark on my right cheek. I moved close to the table, picked up the mirror, and examined my reflection. I look awful. The mark didn't hurt at all, but touching it stirred a whirlwind of anger inside me, sending shivers down my spine, and the way it looks... I can't let anyone see me like this, especially not Kureha. True, he'd already seen the mark, but I couldn't help but want him I couldn't help but want him seeing me in a better light. Could not function for a second. I gazed into the mirror again and adjusted my hair to hide the mark. Do I have feelings for Kureha? Now wasn't the time for me to think about such things, but I couldn't help myself. I need to push these feelings aside. Besides, even if I did have feelings for him, it's not like anything could happen between us. There's no point in thinking about it. I sighed, placing the hand mirror back and pulling out the chair. I tried to refocus, piecing together information Yui had gathered. Look at me. I can speak so good. I know all the words. My eyes only water a little bit. The forbidden room. I guess we know it's not the library. That's when it struck me. Maybe the Red Book knows. When I talked with the Red Book before, it seemed to know a lot about the school's rumor, overhearing things from various students. Which meant it might know rumors about the forbidden room too. It might be worth asking. When Kureha returns, I'll see if he can join me in checking it out. I pondered the next steps and heard a knock on the door and cautiously approached.
聞こえているか？
It's me. Can you hear me? That's Kureha's voice. I can hear you. Can you tell me the password? I pressed my ear against the door, heart racing. All he's doing is saying my name. Why am I getting so nervous? Kureha cleared his throat in. Leah, I'm back. That's not the password! He said it like he was arriving home. His simple words made me smile. Wait, we have a new angle. Is that where the door is? There's a bed right there. I had tried to dismiss my feelings for him, thinking it was pointless to indulge them. Ask him to say it again. Sorry, say it again. I couldn't hear that. I couldn't hold back. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. So, could you say it again? Maybe I was too quiet. I'll say it one more time. I'm back. Thank you for welcoming me back. He said it more times. One last time. I just couldn't hold back. Sorry, I still didn't catch that. Are you sure? I thought I was pretty loud this time. Oh no, he's on to me. I hurriedly opened the door.
Oi, 聞こえてないのに開けるなんて危ないだろ。
You didn't hear me. You shouldn't just open the door like that. Oh, he's right. There goes my excuse. Serves me right for being greedy. Anyways, come in. I ushered Kureha into the room and I quickly locked the door behind him.
まさかとは思うが、聞こえていたのか?
Don't tell me you actually were able to hear me. Yes. Yes, I'd better just come clean. I actually did hear you the first time. I was just hearing you say my name and saying I'm back. It was just so nice to hear. I just wanted to hear you say it again. I was so embarrassed I couldn't even look at him. I was looking down, then I felt a gentle touch on my head. Looking up, I saw Kureha smile as he patted me on the head.
入ってからでもよかっただろ?
You know you could have just asked after I came inside.
無事で嬉しい。ただいま帰ったぞ。
I'm glad you're safe, Leah. I'm back now. I'm back now here with you. My quickly beating heart burst with emotions. Welcome back, Kureha. I'm glad you're all right.
帰るのを楽しみにしていたんだが、まさかこんなに嬉しいことが待っているとはな。
I was looking forward to coming back, but I had no idea there'd be such a nice surprise waiting for me. Nice surprise.
ああ、俺に何度も名を呼ばせ、それに喜ぶお前が見られた。
Damn. Where is he getting this? Like, he's got like a book off to the side. It's like things to say. Calling you by your name, seeing her smile at me. How could I not be happy? So Kureha was happy about that too. My heart began to race and I had to look away. I'm glad to hear that. I was heading to sit down at the table when he gently took my hand.
手を握る約束だっただろう。
He's had time to make a list. Honestly, you know what? That's true. He did die in 1949. He's had 70 years to come up with lines. We promised to hold hands, didn't we? And he's been stalking people. There's no doubt that she's not the first person he's been following around the school. His firm grip made my cheeks blush to an even deeper shade of red. Right, we did. We totally did.
なんだ、忘れていたのか? 俺は楽しみにしていたんだがな。
Don't tell me you forgot. Don't tell me I was the only one looking forward to it. No, I was looking forward to it too.
それなら許す。
I'm glad to hear that. Kureha grinned, making my heart skip another beat. We took our seats at the table, ready to discuss what Kureha had found out.
俺が調べてきた情報だが。
I went out looking for new information, but Kureha began suddenly lowering the tone of his
どう
voice.
やらあの悪霊は俺にも目をつけたらしくてな。気づくと気配がするんだ。
It seems the Wraith has started targeting me as well. I find myself constantly sensing her nearby. What? You think she's following you? Kureha nodded and a wave of concern crashed over me. I'm glad you're safe. Kureha, if you were to get hurt, I felt as afraid as if it were happening to me. Was it because we were together or because she feared Kureha would regain his memory? Either way, her following him was troubling.
俺のことは心配しなくていい。それよりも思うように動けないのが辛くてな。
You don't need to worry. It's more of a nuisance, really. Her presence is preventing me from moving
だ
freely.
から成果はゼロだ。申し訳ない。
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get any information this time. It's alright. Your safety is what matters most. Does that mean she's outside listening to us? If in that case, should we even be talking openly like this? I looked away from Kureha and tried to think about what to do next. That was when my eyes landed on my bag, carelessly placed at the edge of the table. Oh, right. I took out my stationery and notebook and placed them on the table. Now that you're back, do you mind if I take a quick nap? I'm feeling pretty worn out. As I spoke, I scribbled a message in my notebook. Once finished, I turned to Kureha. She could be outside the room right now listening to us. I think we should communicate in writing.
ああ、わかった。ゆっくり休んでくれ。
Understood. Rest well then. Kureha pulled his chair closer to mine. The fact that he was so close made my heart beat fast, but I quickly refocused and continued writing. I got new information from Yui. It was a lot of information to write down, so I wrote him a brief summary of what I found out about the Forbidden Room. I also wrote down my thoughts about the victim of the Divine Invocation incident. Did we not establish? Oh, no, he said he wasn't. When I finished, I gave an accomplished sigh. Kureha then gestured for me to give him the pen. I watched as Kureha skillfully wrote the words down, his letters like calligraphy. Hot. His handwriting is impeccable. He tapped the notebook with his finger and I looked down to see what he had written. I agree with your suggestion. Thank goodness. I nodded with a smile. Kureha continued writing before setting the pen down quickly. The Wraith followed me. I'll distract her while you go talk to Hibiki. This might sound a bit scary, but I think it's important for you to know. I only saw her from afar, so I can't say for sure, but it seems the Wraith's arm has grown back. Reading that sentence chills down my spine, so physical attacks don't affect her. Kureha must have seen my concern and gave a comforting pat on my back. I don't want to make him worry more. I nodded to show I was okay. Kureha's in far more danger than me. He's using himself as bait. Kureha suddenly placed his fingers under my chin and lifted my face. His face inches closer, Anne. Huh? I felt his cold breath graze my ear, causing my heart to leap with
ちゃんと悪霊
anticipation.
を引きつけてみせる。だから不安に思わなくていい。
I'll handle the wraith. You don't have anything to worry about. Oh. Oh my. He was always thinking about me, putting me and my needs above himself. I leaned in and whispered to Kureha. Kureha, I was so worried about you. Kureha's expression twitched slightly as he pulled back a hint of red on his cheeks. He chuckled softly and I picked up the pen from the table. And the memory of the Wraith is trying to keep hidden or connected to you, Kureha. I think your memories are the key to unlocking the Forbidden Room. If the Wraith is following you, maybe it shows she's worried about you too. After writing, I looked straight at Kureha. He seemed deep in thought, reading my words carefully and deliberately. I moved closer and whispered again. I want to help you cross over. I want to free you from whatever's holding you here, because I want you to find peace. Dude, he wants to date you. Don't say that. I stepped away and looked to find Kureha staring back at me with surprise. His hand stretched out to me. As he touched my hair, I felt compelled to look away from him. That's the cheek with the mark. I didn't want him to see me like this, to see this strange appearance on my skin. Yet Kureha moved his face closer to mine and whispered gently to me.
どんなお前も俺の目には美しく映る。
This boy has got all of the skills. Also, he's got a dog collar on, and I still can't unsee that. No matter what happens, you'll always be beautiful in my eyes. He was always so direct with me, which was how I knew these words were genuine. The sound of those gentle words and the emotions that they carried brought joy to my heart. Then I felt something cold brush against my cheek. Oh! Oh my goodness. Whoa. Look at that detail. They made sure to put the stud back. Nice. I let out a small gasp. He was kissing the mark. A mixture of embarrassment and worry welled up within me. Is it really okay for him to kiss there? Kureha, don't if you kiss there. I whispered in protest, but he ignored me and continued with his kisses.
こうすることでお前にかかっている呪いが俺に移ってくれないかと思ってな。
I thought perhaps this might shift the curse from you to me.
俺はお前と同じものを背負いたい。
I want to help you carry your burdens, even if they're fatal. His words brought tears into my
お前
eyes.
が背負っているものを俺に分けてくれ。
Please let me help you shoulder this
この
weight.
あざもうつしおに残してきた悩みもすべて
Be it this mark or the worries you have in the mortal realm, everything. Kureha is always so many steps ahead of me. Thank you. Thank you so much. Kureha's kindness enveloped me, bringing peace to my troubled heart. Even in this strange world under this ominous curse, I was undeniably filled with joy. And amidst that happiness, I began to feel something new taking shape. I'm falling for him. He retreated slightly but kept his face
お
close
前
to
は眠
mine.
っていることになっているしもう少しだけ声を潜めて話そう。
You're supposed to be asleep right now, so perhaps we should be a bit quieter. Yes. I want to stay like this forever. I want to stay by Kureha's side. I began to feel that impossible dream start to take hold of me. Honestly, I thought you would walk in right then. I cracked open the door of the nurse's office and took a cautious look outside. She's not here. We walked together for some time before Kureha went out again. If I'm not back in 10 minutes, consider my distraction successful. You go talk to Hibiki in the meantime. Even when I arrived in the world, ever since I arrived in this world, time seemed frozen. Every clock was still. My smartphone battery had long since died. All I could do was guess, but after that, what I thought was about 10 minutes passed, I left. I left a note for Yui telling her that I was out looking for Hibiki. I gently closed the door behind me and headed to the central staircase down, doing my best to stay silent. As I walked, my mind drifted to feelings of Kureha. He seemed to share my feelings, yet he didn't say so outright, likely because there was no way for us to be together in the future. In that case, it's probably better to leave these feelings unsaid. Saying them out loud would only make things more painful later on down the line. It's true, I guess. They're grounded in reality, at least in this one. She seemed to be following me. The wraith didn't seem to be very good at following me discreetly. A simple glance was all it took to spot her, yet she maintained a significant distance, cautiously observing my every move. I hope Leah managed to meet up with Hibiki. I hope the two of them were able to talk. It was tough knowing how helpless I was. All I did was distract the wraith.
時代錯誤のお兄さん。
Hey, look, it's the time traveler. I turned to see the girl, the seventh of the seven school seven
そ
wonders.
の呼び方はどうなんだ。
I'm not sure I like that
だ
nickname.
って今時着物なんて幽霊でもあんまり見ないわよ。
Can you blame me? You hardly ever see ghosts walking around in kimonos these days. She had a point. Among ghosts here, there was only a few who did.
まだおかしな世界のままなのね。これでは彼を探せないわ。
The world is still weird, huh? How the heck am I supposed to find him with a world like this?
そういえば思い人を待っているんだったか。
Speaking of which, you're looking for your love, right?
多分成仏してる気がするんだよね。だって何年か待ってみたけど未だに現れないんだもん。
Yes, but I think he's already crossed over. I've been waiting for him for years, but still no sign.
私を残して先に行っちゃうなんて告白しておいて白状よ。
Still not over him choking and them just instantly going, you poisoned him. My goodness. My eye will not stop watering. I'm crying. From allergies. How cruel of him to leave me here after asking
成
me
仏し
out.
た先で待っているんじゃないか。
Perhaps he's waiting for you on the
それで
other
も
side.
私はまだ行けないんだ。
Hang on, I gotta wipe these
多分
tears out of my eyes.
私の噂話がなくなるまで
My glasses are off. I
毒
can't
を持っ
read.
た女のままじゃ浮かばれないもの。
Maybe I should take a Benadryl today. Oh my goodness. Wait, is that for sinuses? I can't remember. What's the one for sinuses? Oh, gosh. Okay, I think I've done it. I've rubbed both of my eyes. I can't just go yet, at least not until the terrible rumor about me goes away. How can I cross over when people think I killed him? Was he not there? He was there! What is he talking about? She didn't actually kill him? Could it be she killed herself because of the false rumors the students spread about her? He was there! It wasn't Hibiki, it was Kureha that was in the room when we had this conversation. What's he talking about? Does he already have amnesia? Wait, is his amnesia acting up right now? I wanted to console her, but I couldn't find the right words to say to her.
お兄さんは後悔のないようにね。余裕ぶって思いを伝えないままでいたら
Is this a
後で
hint?
痛い目に遭うと思う
Dude.
よ。私みたいに。
We went and talked to her. She tried to give him a lunch. He grabbed her. The food fell. She started crying. She started to get angry. We calmed her down because we're like, I believe you. Kureha was there. You don't have any regrets, okay? If you've got feelings for somebody, tell them. Otherwise, you'll end up like me. Is she saying this because she knows I have feelings for Leah? Is it really that obvious?
私の幸せは彼がお弁当を食べている間だけだったな。
The only happiness I felt was when he ate the lunches I made for him. Her faint smile made me stop and think. Tell her my feelings. I told her many times I was attracted to her, but I never explicitly stated my feelings for her. After all, if we were destined to part, wouldn't it be better to leave things unsaid? Or I could kill her. Hear me out. I reached the staircase and found Hibiki waiting for me in the mirror. When I mentioned I needed to talk to him, he quickly stepped out of the mirror. He then gazed at me, a pained look on his
そう
face.
したらそのあざは消えないんですか？
I'm pretty sure you made it clear, right? You touched her face, you kissed her cheek. You told her to, like, she better be careful, like, she can't keep talking to you like that, like, that mark still hasn't gone away, huh? If the Wraith is the ghost of the Forbidden Room, I think it might disappear when we find out her name. Hibiki stared at the ground, silent for a moment.
もしもあなたの考えた通り神殺し事件の被害者が全員ここにいるなら
If all the victims of the divine invocation incidents have gathered here just as you suspect, he turned to the mirror and placed his hand over it. Hibiki, what are you doing?
あなたが入れるように
I'm
許
giving
可を
you
出しているんです。
permission to enter. Permission? You mean so I can enter the mirror? Hibiki nodded in response. Previously, he mentioned me needing permission to go inside the mirror. From deep within the mirror, I saw a creepy dull blue light glinting at irregular intervals. I then felt a lukewarm wind pass through me, causing the hair on my arms to stand up. I'd seen and experienced many mysterious things since entering the world, and yet this is amazing. What is this?
これで終わりです。さあ、行きましょう。
That's it. Come on, let's go. Wait, what's the point of me going inside the
神
mirror?
殺し事件の被害者を鏡の中に入って探すためです。僕は声さえ聞けば多分わかるから。
To look for victims of the divine invocation incident inside the mirror, I can tell from their voices. Just from their voices? That seems rather odd. So, don't you already know who the other victims are?
以前に話しましたけど、僕は他の幽霊を避けていたんです。 接触することも観察することも。
I told you before, I don't make contact with other ghosts. I don't interact with them. I've never even seen most of them. That's right, he did say that.
月神家に幽閉されていた時、被害者たちの泣き叫ぶ声を聞いて過ごしていました。その一人一人の声を
When I was imprisoned in the Sukugami estate, I constantly heard their cries and screams. I still remember each one of their
あの
voices.
時、僕は小部屋に監禁されていたので、音でしか外の情報を探れなかった。
At the time, I was imprisoned in a tiny
どんな
room.
音も聞き逃さなかったんです。
I could only gain information from sound, which is why I paid close attention to everything. His explanation was short, but I understood it must have been a truly horrible situation. Even thinking back on the time must be so painful for him. I began to worry about how much trauma I was causing him by merely asking him about these things. I might be too late to say this, but I'm sorry, Hibiki, for making you relive such painful memories.
平気です。毎日思い出していますから。憎しみは早々に消えない。
Fine. I think about them every day so my hatred doesn't fade. Speaking with a smile, I saw a darkness in him I'd never seen before.
そうだ。一応、クレハさんが入れるようにもしておきますね。
I'll make it so Kureha can also enter here too. Thank you. In that case, I'll leave a memo at the nurse's office and let him know. What about Yui? Wanna let Yui enter? He quickly left Hibiki's mirror and ran back to the nurse's office. Actually, given the situation, it might be safer in the mirror world because no one could enter without Hibiki's permission. That means I wouldn't have to worry about the Wraith. Speaking of the Wraith, I was a bit anxious at first, but then I allowed myself to enter Hibiki's world. Inside the mirror, a blue realm unfolded where everything appeared oddly inverted. From inside the mirror, Hibiki and I surveyed the outside world through the school's mirrors, searching for the remaining victims. Waiting to hear the various ghosts speak was tedious, but thanks to Hibiki, we were able to navigate this way safely.
というか、僕、疑問があるんですよね。被害者たちについて。
There's something that still bothers me. It's about the victims. What about them?
さっきあなたから話を聞くまで、神殺し事件の被害者は僕を含めて5人だと思っていたんです。
Till you mentioned it, I always thought the divine invocation incident only had 5 victims. That's right, Hibiki said he went somewhere else after he died. He said that was why he wasn't that aware of all that had happened. He didn't even know the divine invocation's name. Hibiki was one of the victims, but he was locked up in a room on the estate, and it was no wonder he didn't know the number of victims.
当時、僕が屋敷で聞いたのは、月神さんを含めなければ4人分の声です。絶対にそれ以上はいなかった。
Could Hibiki be Yui's brother? And that's why because we've been intentionally not saying her name in front of him, and he knows who Yui is. And he was locked up in a room, and he killed himself because he just got tired of hearing people dying. Could he be the brother? Like, why treat him differently than the others? And he has like a similar school uniform that like has the same age as hers. At the time, apart from Isoa's Sukugami, I only heard 4 distinct voices, no more than that. But you only heard them, right?
自分で言うのもなんですが、かなり正確だと思うんです。
I don't mean to brag, but I'm fairly sure I'm
あ
correct.
の落書きくんの男の子も声でわかりましたから。
I was able to recognize the voice of the drawing boy too. Oh, that's right. At the time, Hibiki said that.
多分、この子は
I thought he deducted it from talking to the boy, but it actually figured it out with the voice alone. It seemed he had both a keen ear and a good
残り
memory.
一人を知らないのは、僕がさらわれてくる前に殺された子がいたのかもしれないなって。
I don't know the last victim. They could have been killed before I was abducted. He could have still been abducted from like a private school by his own dad. I'm just saying.
それか、僕が死んだ後に新たにさらわ子がいた。
Everything's fine. Either that or they were abducted after I died. You're right, that's entirely possible too. Only Isao Sukagami would know the full timeline of the murders. That said, I don't think we need to focus on the timeline just yet. We went to various places examining each classroom one by one.
やっと会えたな。ずいぶん探したんだぞ。
Here you are, I've been looking for you. Kureha! Felt strange to be able to talk to him without whispering.
悪霊は撒いてきたから、鏡の中にいるのを悟られていないと思う。だから心配しなくていい。
I managed to get away from the wraith. You don't have to worry since I don't think she knows I'm inside the mirror. Oh, thank you for that. Hibiki is currently helping me look for clues too. He's mad. He gave you permission, but he didn't want you to interrupt his date.
生き生きしてるな。保健室で待つだけは辛かったか。
Glad to see you're so motivated. Must have been tough just waiting powerlessly in the nurse's office. Yeah, that might have been the safest place, but I still wanted to help out. I'm just happy I can talk to you like this, Kureha.
俺も同じことを思っていた。お前と堂々と話せるのが嬉しいとな。
I was thinking the same thing. I mean, I'm happy talking to you like this too. Great minds think alike. Despite how happy I was feeling, Kureha's expressions shifted.
響き、何故俺を睨む？
Hibiki, why are you looking at me like that? Huh? I turned to face Hibiki only to see him glaring at
だ
Kureha.
ってなんか二人の間に流れる空気が前と違うから。
Because the way you two are interacting is different from before. My heart jumped. Could it be Kureha and I were being too open with our feelings? That's because I racked my brain for an excuse.
おそらく俺が彼女を女性として意識しているからだろうな。
That's because I'm starting to see her as a woman. Okay, you're still dead though. Kureha!
嘘。なんでそんな展開に？
No way, when did that happen?
響き、恋というものは予期せぬうちに始まるものだ。覚えておくといい。
Love comes when you least expect it. You do well to remember that. Why is he talking down to him?
なるほど。とても勉強になります。
I see, that's very good to know. He's just taking it. Perhaps it wasn't just Kureha that was acting strange, but Hibiki as well. Well, I guess there's no point in dwelling on it. Anyways, let's continue. The two of them jotted back to reality after I said that. I explained what Hibiki and I were working on so Kureha could help us as well. What a day. We resumed our search and soon entered a classroom we hadn't visited before.
仰げば尊し我が師の恩
With reverence to our teachers, we learn. I could hear someone humming a song I knew very well. The voice was faint, so faint I could barely hear it despite being in the room.
この声
That voice. Hibiki ran up to the mirror hung on the back of the classroom. Kureha and I quickly followed.
教えの庭にも早いくとせ
Many years in this class, we yearned. It's not working, I'm trying. Hibiki, do you recognize that
はい
voice?
間違いないと思います。屋敷の中で聞いた歌声そのまま。
There's no mistake, it's the same singing I heard in the state. What if I just got
とい
lotion
う
in
こと
my eyes?
は、この声の主は神殺し事件の被害者の一人か。
Which means the source of the voice is another victim of the divine invocation incident. However, even through the mirror, I was unable to see who was on the other side. A person should be in the classroom. Maybe they're in a location the mirror can't see. Hibiki told me that those outside the mirror could hear us. Couldn't hear us? Could. Can we try calling out to them? Hopefully this won't scare them.
表に戻り、同じ教室へ行くのも手だが、あの悪霊に察知される危険がある。
We could try going out of the mirror and enter the classroom, but the wraith could find us. In that case, let's try talking to them from here. I took a deep breath and began speaking through the mirror. You have a very nice singing voice. The singing immediately stopped. After a short pause, I heard footsteps approaching and a boy appeared in the mirror.
驚いた。あんた、鏡に宿った妖怪か何か？
Whoa, what a surprise. Are you some kind of spirit that lives inside the mirror? I don't want the wraith listening in. Maybe it's best to just leave it at that. That is correct, young man. I am so very much like a spirit. I sound like the Red Book. Hibiki snickered to himself and Kureha just smiled. Oh, this is kind of embarrassing.
へえ、妖怪ってこの学校の制服着てるんだ。変なの。
Spirit, huh? But you're wearing this school's uniform. That's pretty weird. That's right. He can see me from the other side too. I do my best to imitate humans so I don't frighten them with my true form, but that's besides the point. There's something I wanted to ask you. You're a victim of the divine invocation incident. Yeah? You were in prison at the Sukagami estate? That's just casual.
一目見て俺のことを見抜くなんて。
I was. What do you want to know about it? Oh, he seems pretty cooperative. Maybe I shouldn't ask directly about who the last victim was. What can you tell me about the victims of the divine invocation incident?
知らない。興味ないし。
Not much. I don't know him and I don't really care to know him.
俺、生きていても悲しいことばかりでさ。だから、幽閉されて殺されてもあんまり何も思わなかったな。
My life was nothing but sadness, so it didn't bother me much even when I was imprisoned and killed. Are there really kids who think like this? Then why didn't you cross over?
学校に行けなかったのが心残りでさ。
I regret that I never went to school.
だから、ここはとってもいいよ。勉強を教わることができるから、俺も進学できたらなってムカつきはするけど。
That's why I like this place. I can sit in on all the classes here, even though I get annoyed by the fact that I can't graduate. I see. So he found joy in learning and it annoyed that his future was taken away from him. Looking at him, I was filled with a mixed emotion. I forgot what it's like to feel those pure emotions.
鏡の妖怪
Hey, Mirror
大
Spirit,
丈夫か？
you alright? Wait, is he talking to me? Hibiki's shoulders were twitching as he tried to hold back laughter. I never imagined the guy I liked would call me a mirror spirit.
ねえ、鏡の妖怪さん。聞きたいことって。
Mirror Spirit, is that all you wanted to ask me? Oh, what should I do now?
事件の被害者がどこで殺されたのか聞いた方がいいかもです。そこに6人目への手がかりがあるかも。
I think you should ask him about where the victims were murdered. That we might be able to get more information that way. The location where they were murdered. At first I couldn't understand. That's right, the victims are here because of the regrets they had in life and the grudges they kept towards Isawa Sukagami. The location of where they were murdered could potentially yield some new clues. I realize this might be painful to remember, but it pained me to ask him, but I knew it was far worse for him. Do you remember where you were murdered? The boy looked up in the air and then spoke with a pained
殺される
expression.
までは小部屋に監禁されていたんだけど、儀式だとか言われて。
I was imprisoned in a tiny room until I was murdered. I was then blindfolded and told it was for a
目隠し
ceremony.
を取られた先にあったのは祭壇みたいなのがある部屋。窓もなくて、ジメジメしていて。
When I took off the blindfold, it was a room with what looked like an altar. The room itself was damp and had no
階
windows.
段を結構降りていったから、多分地下室かなんかだったのかもね。
I went down multiple flights of stairs, so I assume it was some kind of basement. A basement? It sounded like a fitting place for something called a forbidden room.
あれは痛かったな。辛くて、本当早く
It also
終
hurt.
わらせてほしかっ
It
た。
hurt so much I wanted to end as fast as
神が
possible.
どうのこうの言っていてさ、俺が神に気に入られるようにって変な着物に着替えまでさせられて。
This guy was talking about the gods or whatnot, and I was told to wear this strange kimono so the gods would take a liking to me.
あいつ、ほんと狂ってたよ。
He was
異
insane.
常者。
Completely crazy. Kureha. boy spat out the final words with disdain, the followed up with a sigh. I'm sorry for making you remember. Then as I was speaking, I heard a sound from outside the door.
ダメあっちに行って
Go away! What's going on? I peeked through the mirror to see why and noticed the face of the wrath. She looks like, Abe from, Oddworld. And she is wearing a kimono, actually. Wait. Location of my mark started to sting. Curse to death. Curse that man. I'm no different from that man. Yet I can't stop killing. Before I knew it, Kureha was holding my head.
鏡を割れ
Oh, wrong button. Hibiki, smash the mirror. No, don't smash the mirror. I heard the sound of the mirror being shattered just as Kureha ordered. Even with a splitting headache and fear gone, I couldn't stop shaking. My ears continued to ring. Yeah, that's words. Those are words for sure. They're both talking. I heard Kureha and Hibiki's voice as they tried to help me up. It's alright, I'm still alive. That was the race voice, but she was saying something different this time. That was all I remembered. Where am I? I'm in the I'm in the nurse's office, but in the mirror world. I opened my eyes and saw the usual
気
familiar
が
ceiling.
ついたようだな体に異変はあるか
Are you awake? Does it hurt anywhere? I turned to see Kureha by my side. I'm fine. The mark on my face started to hurt and I ended up passing out. I'm sorry for collapsing like that. Thanks for helping me. I struggled to prop myself up and Kureha
まだ
helped
寝て
me.
いてもいいんだぞ無理をするな
Hello, lovely. Hello, Lou. Happy Halloween. You can lay down if you need to. There's no need for you to push yourself. If I continue to rub my eye, just keep in mind I'm having allergies today. I had to do a BRB just to sneeze for a second. I'm fine, really. I don't feel bad at all right now. I'm totes good. I'm Gucci. I felt a little dizzy as I tried to get out of bed, but that was all. What happened to the boy? He was attacked because of me.
響が駆けつけてくれている
Hibiki went out to help him. Don't worry. How did Hibiki help him? Hibiki? Oh, what did I do? What did I do? My mouse was on my screen. I got really scared. Hibiki's always doing so much to help me. Thank you, Hibiki. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused. Right now, all I could do was pray for both him and the other boy to be safe.
一つ確認しておきたいことがあるあざが痛む前鏡に悪霊が映ったか
There's something I wanted to ask you. When the mark on your face hurt, did you see the wraith in the mirror? I did. The moment I saw her eyes, I felt pain shoot through me.
呪いの発動について視線が関係しているのではと考えていたんだが
The curse might have something to do with sight then. It's time to blindfold you. I wonder.
お前は2度にわたって襲われているがそのどちらもがそばにいただろう
Oh goodness. And then I dropped my controller because my top's so long and I didn't realize it was touching. Hello, Anne. Honestly, I needed a stretch. Oh my gosh, my back hurts. Also, my body hurts. I might have to see a doctor just in case I have something happening. I don't know. My stomach was hurting like all night. I woke up because my stomach was hurting. She says that she continues to drink caffeinated beverages and junk food. You've been attacked twice thus far, and both times was when the wraith was nearby. You're right.
まだ予想でしかないがあの悪霊の目が呪いを発動する鍵になっている気がするんだ
It's still only a guess, but I believe the wraith's eyes may be what's activating the curse. Maybe. I looked over at Kureha, who is deep in thought and wore a grimace on his face. No doubt he's thinking about how to help me face down this curse. Overwhelmed with gratitude, I found myself on the brink of tears. I managed to hold back and talked with Kureha about the details of what I had just seen. The moment I felt the pain, the wraith came and tried to talk to me again. But this time she said something different. It felt like she wasn't talking directly to me. What was she saying? I think it was something to do with her regrets.
心残りか。覚えている限りでいいから教えてくれないか。
Can you tell me what you
思い
heard?
出すのが辛いなら無理に話さなくていい。
You don't have to force yourself if it's painful to remember, though. I shook my head and talked about the words she said to me and the things I saw.
書斎のような景色か。もしかしたら月神家か。
It looked like something resembling a study. Do you think it could have been the Sukigami estate? That's okay. If the top part of my heart's hurting, I'm drinking energy drinks. Makes perfect sense. She also said, I'm no different from the man, yet I can't stop
あ
feeling
の
that man. I believe she's referring to Asayo Sukigami. I just can't think of anyone else. Wink, wink, wink. Asao Sukigami murdered many people, and I think she's comparing him to herself. Kureha looked down at the sword he carried at his side. The scowl on his face deepened, revealing the true depth of his emotions. What are you thinking
も
about?
し俺の記憶にあの悪霊が関わっているのなら
If my memory is somehow related to the wraith,
その男とは俺なのではと。
perhaps that man is me? Without thinking, I stretched my hand out towards him. He was trembling. I couldn't help but gently touch Kureha on the cheek. Then, in the next moment,
なんだこの刀。どうして血がついている。
what is this sword? Why is there blood
Hola.
on it?
死んだのか
Did I
一
die?
体。
What am I doing here?
この刀何故持っているかわからないんだ。もしかしたら俺は死ぬ前何かあって。
I don't know why I have this sword. Perhaps something happened before I died.
人を
Perhaps
殺したんじゃないか。
I was the one that killed her. No, I wanted to deny it, but the image I saw combined with his words caused me to panic. Kureha isn't a murderer. He can't be. What I saw earlier was, I felt bad saying this about Hibiki, but when I touched his hand, I felt the darkness. I had a terrible headache. But when I saw Kureha's image earlier, they don't affect me at all. Kureha didn't have the darkness in him. Wink, wink. I can't believe that you'd murder anyone, Kureha. Even when we're touching right now, I don't sense any darkness in you. Kureha slowly pulled his hand away from me.
すまない。お前に余計なものを見せてしまった。
His flower patterns near his stomach. Maybe he hurt himself. That's a possibility, because they keep trying to say the flower pattern is blood. So that's definitely a chance that he like stabbed himself. I still don't know. I'm sorry, I think I showed you something you didn't need to see. It's okay. Even when I saw your past, it doesn't affect me at all. There's no pain or headache, I promise.
少しだけ楽になった気がする。
That makes me feel a little better,
Arigato.
thank you. Kureha is feeling as uneasy as me. No, maybe even more than me. From what I saw earlier, I couldn't see the sadness and confusion that Kureha carried. It was the first time I'd seen his regret. Kureha was always so calm, so composed. I had no idea he was carrying such fears. Besides, it's my fault that Kureha started to think this way about himself. I'm sorry. It seems like my own theories are making you worry about your past. This is all my fault for suggesting that we could be a connection with the wraith and new memories, Kureha.
お前のせいではない。心乱したのは俺自身の問題だ。
It's not your fault. Letting my fears get the better of me is my own problem, but
お前は気にしなくていい。だからそんな顔するな。
you have nothing to worry about, so please don't look at me like that. Kureha sighed deeply and returned to his usual demeanor.
お前が目覚めたことだし、俺は一度表の世界に戻ろうと思う。響きが気になるからだ。
Now that you're awake, I think it's best I head back to the outside world. I'm concerned about Hibiki.
それと、ユイが新たな情報を持っているかもしれない。
Yui may have obtained some new information for us too. Please, let me go with you. I'm worried about Hibiki too.
いや、お前はここに残ってもらう。さっきのようなことをしなければ、 ここは安全だからな。
You stay here. It'll be safe as long as what happened earlier doesn't happen again. I understood what Kureha was worried about, but thanks for for trying to keep me safe. I really am grateful, but please let me stay with you. I'm responsible for dragging everyone into this mess. I was unsettled by the fact that people like the boy were being attacked because of me. Besides, I realized something else in the mirror. I wasn't safe anywhere, not as long as that I had this mark, this curse on my face.
何を
I dropped to my knees in front of Kureha and bowed. What are you doing? I can't keep hiding forever. Please, Kureha, let me go with you. I'm weak, and I know that I've caused everyone to worry about me, but I promise to protect my mind from now on, no matter what. That really is all I can promise. That I'll try to protect my own mind. In the previous fight, he promised to protect me, and now I want to offer a promise of my own. This is something only I can do. Something I must do. It's my life, after all. Yeah. Kureha gently nudged my head upwards and helped me to my
約
feet.
束をありがと
Thank you for
う
your
その
promise.
言葉と
I trust your words. Thank
俺
you.
も改めて約束しよう。魂にかけて
Allow me to make another
お前を
promise.
守ると。
I swear on my soul to protect you. Dun dun dun. I will protect you too, I assume. She regretted not saying that before. Something about him saying swore on his soul left me worried, but I made up my mind to protect him too, and I said, I will also protect you. I'll keep an eye on you so that you don't get reckless.
俺が
Kureha.
無茶をするのはそうしたいからだ。だからお前は気にしなくていい。
I might do something reckless, but only because I want to. You don't have to worry about me. I have to load again. I'm not. Kureha's not my boy. I don't know what he's wanting me to say. Don't swear on your soul if you're gone. I'd feel so sad. I'd completely fall apart. Kureha didn't respond, but I feel like I have to say it.
まったくお前には負ける。そう言われて
I
しまっては
yield when you put it like that. I guess I can't be reckless anymore. Thank goodness. Before, all I could do was hide behind him in fear, but not anymore. I would stand next to him and stand up to my fears moving
俺
forward.
を心配してくれたんだろ。
You're worried about me?
ありがとうな。
Thank you, Leah. Hearing him say my name again made my heart flutter. I feel so happy whenever Kureha says Leah. It makes me feel warm.
それじゃあ響のところに急ごう。未だ戻ってこないから気になってな。
Let's hurry and find Hibiki. I'm worried he's still not back. Yes! At the base of the stairs, we noticed that Hibiki was in front of the mirror. The boy from before was with him too. Thank goodness they're safe. Hibiki! When he saw us, he rushed down the steps to where we were. He then pulled us towards the side of the hallway.
今は出られません。多分あなたたちが言っている悪霊が鏡の前で待ち伏せしています。
We can't go back out right now. The wraith that you mentioned previously is probably waiting to ambush us from in front of the mirror.
あんた鏡越しじゃわからなかったけど
You!
聖者じゃんか
I couldn't tell through the mirror, but you're one of the
っていう
living.
かその
That mark on your face. Oh, this is the wraith placed a curse on me.
そうあんただったのか
So it was you. Huh?
ああいやここのとこあの悪霊が頻繁に動くようになったからさ
I was just
なんで
wondering
だ
why
ろう
the
って不思議だったんだ
wraith had been so active. It seemed odd. I think it might be because of that. The boy glanced at Kureha but quickly looked away. For now, I'm just glad you're safe. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I have to go. Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween! Thank you for being here today, Twyla.
彼女を恨まないでくれ。今学校は異常な空間になっているから元の写
Don't
しをへ
blame
戻そ
her.
うとして
Ever
いた。
since the school was sent to this strange dimension, she's been trying to return to the mortal realm. The boy gasped and looked up. His expression revealed a sudden idea.
赤い世界になってから壁に追突するし物に触れられるしでおかしいとは思ってたんだけど
Ever since the world turned red, I haven't been able to go through walls and I could touch things I knew weren't I knew something was off. He seemed to be talking to himself as he stared down at the
さっ
floor.
き神下ろし事件について聞いてきたよね。あの事件を紐解けば
You asked about the
うつしへ
divine
戻せるの。
invocation incident earlier, didn't you? Do you think you'll return to the mortal realm if you solve it? It isn't so much the incident, but if I do solve the rumor of the forbidden room, I think we can find out more about the raid.
協力できることがあるならするよ。授業が受けられないの嫌だからね。
If there's anything I can do to help, I will. I'd hate if I can't attend classes anymore. Really? I was overjoyed to have another person to join our team right now. Thank you very much. I'd be more than happy to get your help.
俺からも礼を言う。
Allow me to
ありがとう。
thank you too.
学校の空間がおかしくなってからいろいろ変化していってるみたいだし、俺も便乗させてもらうよ。
Ever since the school got sent into this space, so many things have changed. I might as well join in on it. Join in.
ああ、ごめん。協力っていうのが正しいよね。
Excuse me, I suppose it's more appropriate to say
それ
cooperate.
じゃあ早速だけど、あの悪霊は神下ろし事件の被害者だよ。
Let's get started. The Wraith is a victim of the divine invocation
わかるから
incident.
ね。
You can tell from the kimono she wears. Huh? She actually has no association with Kureha whatsoever. Considering how nervous Kureha was earlier, perhaps this was for the best. I glanced at Kureha and seemed deep in thought, staring at a single spot on the ground. If that Wraith is a victim of the divine invocation incident, then we know 6 victims. Do you know anything about the forbidden room?
俺は名前しか聞いたことなくて内容は知らない。というか、この前ある女の子にそれ聞かれたばかり
That's
だ
my
よ。
friend Yui. Just leave her alone. She's doing everything she can on my behest. Oh goodness. I'm trying to cross my legs, but I'm wearing a long dress. I don't know if you've ever done that. It's a challenge because everything gets tangled up. I've only heard of the name, but none of the details. Actually, a girl asked me about it the other day. Oh, maybe that was Yui.
あんたたちの仲間？
Is she one of you? Yes, she is. From the look on it of it, it seems as though Yui didn't mention anything about herself, but given Yui's plan, she was bound to meet him eventually. She's a very kind and considerate girl. If you run into her again later, I hope you'll talk with her. The boy nodded his head in agreement.
これからのことだが、俺がまた悪霊を引きつけよ
As for what we should do next, I'll try and distract the Wraith again.
僕も手伝います。クレハさんと2人で引きつけて。
Let me help. I'll team up with Kureha to distract the Wraith.
う。ありがとう。それならお前は彼女を保健室まで送ってくれ。
Thank you, but before you do that, would you mind taking her back to the nurse's office?
だったら僕が引きつけ役になるので、クレハさんが連れて行った方が。
In that case, how about I act as a decoy and you take her back, Kureha?
俺にしかあの悪霊はついてこないと思っている。だから響き、頼んだぞ。
I think the Wraith is intent on following me. Please get her to safety before trying to help me, okay? I'm counting on you, Hibiki.
わかりました。全力で守ります。
Alright, I'll defend her with everything I've got. Kureha grinned and lightly patted Hibiki's head. Because he's your puppy. Hibiki sure looks happy. Looking back, Hibiki was all alone in the mirror until he met us. He spent his time avoiding everyone from the outside. I couldn't know what caused him to be like that, but... You're not alone anymore, Hibiki. Hibiki smiled bashfully and
僕
said,
今が結構気に入ってます。友達ができたような、そんな気がして。
Happy with the way things are now. It's good to have friends. That's right. We are your friends, Hibiki, Kureha, and I both. With that, Kureha smiled. It was the kindest smile I'd ever seen him make.
それじゃあ俺は出る。みんなの無事を祈ってるぞ。
I'll be going out now. Stay safe, all of you. With that, Kureha ran up to the central staircase and exited out the mirror. Kureha, you stay safe too. You be careful. I left the mirror world, but was unable to find the Wraith, yet I sensed something in the shadows. A dark presence not even trying to hide. I climbed down to the first floor and noticed it move. I proceeded towards the stairs, facing the main entrance, and ascended the 3rd floor. While jogging through the place, I recalled the promise we'd made to each other. If I vanish, she said she would lose her mind. If anything that told me how important I was to her. That said, I couldn't be happy about the situation. Her feelings towards me could act as shackles preventing her from returning to the mortal realm. Even so, it was too late to simply push her away now. If only I was alive. Even if I was alive, our lives would be separated by an ocean of
どうあ
time.
っても俺と彼女の人生は交わらない。
No matter what, our lives were destined to never intertwine. I knew that was the case, but acknowledging it out loud still hurt. As Kureha distracted the wraith, Hibiki brought me back safely to the nurse's office. I thanked Hibiki and he looked a bit sorry. I have something important to do, so I will be gone for a while. After saying that, he vanished. I wonder what the important thing could be, and I wanted to ask him where he was going, but I knew I had to focus on my own issues. As I said goodbye to him, he told me that I still had permission to use the mirror whenever I needed. The boy who said he would cooperate with us also entered the nurse's office with us.
もうこの間ぶりじゃん。月神ゆい。
It's nice to meet you again, Yui Sugagami. Yui and I both looked at each other, surprised at the greeting.
私、あなたに名乗った覚えはないのですが。
I don't think I ever told you my name.
忘れちゃった。まあ、使用人の顔なんていちいち覚えてないよな。
Did you forget already? I guess you couldn't possibly remember every single servant of the household. Yui's expression suddenly changed.
月神家の使用人。そして屋敷の主に殺された。
I was a servant of the Sukagami estate and a victim of its
申し
master.
訳ありません。名乗らずにいて。私の父がしたことを謝りもせずに。
It's really she's hiding her hands behind her back. What's she hiding? I'm so sorry, not just for not remembering you, but for what my father did.
いいいい。そういうのいらない。俺、あんたのこと恨んでないから。ただし、成仏する手伝いはしても
It's
らおうか
fine.
な。
I don't need any of that. I'm not holding any grudges against you, but I do hope you'll help me cross over.
ぜひ、そうさせてもらえるのなら、私、心からありがたいです。
I will. In fact, I'd be very grateful for the opportunity to do so. Yui held both of the boys' hands tightly. It seemed that there were ghosts who understood this wasn't Yui's fault. Though clearly not all of them felt this way, they each seemed to have their own ways of dealing with the issue. Again, and it's valid, right? To be like, I blame you because your father did this because of what you did, but it was very much not her intention. With that, the three of us exchanged the information we found. As for Yui, she wasn't able to figure out the location of the room. After hearing what we found out, a dejected look crossed her face.
あの悪霊が事件の被害者。父への恨みから悪霊へとなってしまったのね。
That Wraith was a victim of the incident. Her anger at what my father did turned her into a wraith. Yui.
話なんてできなそうだし、どうすんの？地下室でも探してみる？
I doubt you'll be even able to talk to her, so that what's our next step? Go and try to find the basement? Why can't he have a face? The boy clearly wasn't paying any attention to Yui and continued to speak matter-of-factly. Yes, that might be the best course of action. All the rumors seem to point to a forbidden room being in the basement. And that wraith is likely the spirit associated with the rumor. It was all still conjecture, but I felt that we were getting closer to the truth.
もしあの地下室が開かずの間なら、私はその場所を知っているわ。未だにあるのかわからない
The
けど。
forbidden room is the basement of the estate. I don't know where that is, though I can't say for sure it exists anymore. Yui spoke with a gloomy expression, as though she was trying to forget it. It was likely that Yui witnessed her father's crimes there. I felt sorry for Yui, but I knew we had to investigate the basement. Let's see if the room still exists. It seemed likely the forbidden room was in the basement of the estate, where one of the victims was heard crying. Would I be able to ask the Wraith for her name? Hit the button. I'm anxious, but I have no choice but to keep moving forward. Jay, happy Halloween! Happy Halloween! Woo! I'm so excited. It's my day. I guess I should ask everyone what their favorite candy is. Today is the day to ask that. Mine's is Reese's. That's my favorite chocolate candy. My favorite like gummy candy or like fruity candy right now is Nerds Clusters. Hot dog. Best times. I'm anxious, but I have no choice but to keep moving forward. I force myself to stay motivated. Chapter 8! We did it. That one was as long as I expected it to be, so. There's a chance we won't finish this today, which is a shame. We continue talking under our breaths to try and remain quiet. Yui looked down at the floor in silence for some time after that.
お屋敷の間取り的に言うなら、地下室があるのは図書室で間違いないわ。
Considering the floor plan of the estate, the library is where the basement was. So it was the library, just like in the story exposing the
地下
rumor.
室へつながる階段の場所なら把握しているわ。ただ、今も地下室自体あるのかはわからないわね。
I know where the stairs leading to the basement are. I don't know if the basement itself still exists.
この異常な世界じゃなければ俺たちがすり抜けていけるけど今はそうできないし
The world wasn't strange like it is now. We could just pass through the ground, but we can't do that right now. Right, what about the red book spirit? There's a spirit in the library. It might know something about the forbidden room. I'll try asking it.
ええ、賛成よ。クレハさんが引きつけてくれている間に確かめに行きましょう。
I agree, that's a good idea. Let's go check on it while Kureha is still distracting the wraith.
それじゃ俺は図書室の前で見張ってるからあんたたち二人で行ってきなよ
Did you see her? Who is her? Oh, what are you dressed as today? I'm Lydia Dietz from the animated series of Beetlejuice. I just don't have my hair up because I didn't want it to get in the way of this, so. Pants. I don't have arm warmers right now, actually. I just realized I'm not complete. In that case, I'll keep watching out Beetlejuice. That's right. I used to watch the animated series a lot when I was a kid. I don't know if you ever watched it. It's really funny. I liked it. In that case, I'll keep watching outside the library, so you two go ahead without me. Thank you. Please don't push yourself too hard. If you see the wraith, please run away.
それだと俺が見張ってる意味ないじゃんせめて知らせてから逃げるよ
What's the point of me keeping watch? I'll at least let you know before running. Guess you're right about that, thank you. Well, Yui, let's do this. Yui smiled as she nodded, and I was about to stand up when... Wait, I held her arm. I want you to know I'm sorry for making you remember such terrible things. I doubted this simple apology would be any consolation to her, but I felt terrible at all of this. Yui, however, seemed unfazed and just smiled back
あ
at
な
me.
たのおかげで目をそらさずにいられるの。それを忘れないで。
I have you to thank for opening my eyes, for showing me I have to face the truth. Never forget that. Are you dressing up for Halloween, Jay? Thank you for being so positive about it.
それじゃ私も言うけれどありがとう。前向きでいさせてくれて。
I feel like I should be thanking you for making me have a more positive outlook. I guess you're very welcome.
こちらこそだわ。
I'm glad the feeling's mutual. We laughed together as we headed out for the library. The three of us went out to the hallway and snuck inside the library. The boys said that standing out in the hallway would attract attention, so he stayed inside and peeked out the door to survey the area. You and I first headed to the area where the entrance of the basement should be.
この辺りに地下へつながる階段があったの。
There were stairs here that led underground. She pointed right at the middle of the round table at the center of the library. If it's still there, then there should be an open space under the floor. I'm hoping to get home and enjoy my 3-day weekend. Nice. Nice. I'm having like the opposite this week where I'm working every single day. I'm doing a 7-day work week. I hopped over the table and descended to the empty middle section. I knocked on the floor, but they didn't sound hollow. It looks like there's a round hatch here with no handle for me to open it with. Oh no, it's okay. It's one of those things where it's just, what's that word? It's like a bad week, not like a bad whatever, because like people just kept calling out and we got like shifts covered and then they called out afterwards. So I'm just like, oh man. Let's try talking to the book spirit for now. I walked with Yui over to the bookshelf where the red book was before. There it is. I slowly pulled out the book from the shelf and walked deeper into the library. The library was large, and the further we went in, the less likely we were to be overheard.
それが例の赤い本。
Totally understand we're always short people here.
反応がないわね。
So that's the red book you mentioned, but it's not reacting to you. That's weird. The last time I touched the book, I immediately started hearing voices from it. I tried my best to listen and hear what sounded like a gently sleeping coo. Is it sleeping? None of the ghosts I encountered ever seemed to sleep, but maybe spirits have a habit of sleeping. I patted the book. Book spirit, please wake up. That's ticklish.
声は聞こえたわね。でも寝ぼけているようだけれど。
I heard it that time, but it looks like it's still sleeping. If I did anything to surprise it, it might suddenly yell, which would risk drawing the attention of the wraith. Book spirit, it's me. Please wake up.
おや、
Hmm?
お主は
Oh my, you're...
なんじゃ、寝込みを遅いよって。
Why are you interrupting my beauty sleep? Sorry, there's something I need to ask
まった
you.
く、わしは暇じゃないんだぞ。
I'm a busy book, you know. Make it quick, he says as he's snoring. You were just sleeping. How busy could you be? I made sure not to say that out loud. Thanks so much. I wanted to ask you about the Forbidden Room that was once amongst the 7 wonders of this school. I'm guessing that the entrance to the Forbidden Room is somewhere in the library. Do you know anything about it? It seems like there's a stairway near the round table in the middle of the leads to the basement, but I can't be
そ
sure.
の噂について知っているが、なるほど。開かずの間とはここの地下室のことであったか。
Yeah, I know the rumor well. I see. So the Forbidden Room was referring to the basement here. Then you know about the
年
basement.
に一
Oh
度、
no.
この学校の者たちと神主らしき者が地下へ降りていくのを見たことがあってな。
I just kicked the desk so hard that time. It was my knee. Once a year, the people of this school and a man who appears to be a Shinto priest would go down to the basement. So it is here. But why do they go down there once a year, and why with a
お
priest?
そらくだが、儀式でもして霊を鎮めているのだろう。うめき声を抑えるためにな。
Oh, only a guess, but they were probably doing some sort of ceremony to calm the spirits. Those wellings can be so grating. There's a ghost there? Then it's just like the crying in the
お
rumor.
そらく
The
な。
red book! Yeah. I love the red book. I love that we forgot the red book's name right after we learned the name of the red book. Most likely, yes. There's a crying ghost there. Although it wasn't a man-eating demon, it was very close to the rumor of the Forbidden Room. Do you know how to open the entrance to the basement?
そこまで見えなくてな。地下へ降りていく前、何やら機械音が鳴っているのは聞いたのだが。
I've never got a good look, but I always hear some mechanical noises prior to going down to the basement. To be honest, completely forgot about the red book. The red book was hilarious because she was all like, I've learned so many people's names. She's like, Hibiki, Yui, the red book. I'm gonna turn my camera off for just a second because my eye's still watering. I'm dying. This is me with sinuses. I am on Kureha's route officially. I'm on Chapter 8 of Kureha's route. It's this one, by the way. If you see tears, it's not me, it's my sinuses. It's not because I'm sad. Mechanical noises? Which means maybe that's the sound of the entrance opening. I just started to say, what if it's that candle snuffer, but that's from the other guy. That's why it looked like a hatch, but with no handle. Then perhaps there is some kind of button that controls the entrance. It's clear the school was trying to hide the existence of the basement, but why go to all the trouble of keeping it around?
地下へ降りるための扉を開く。そのからくりを探すのがいいわね。
We just need to find the contraption that will open the door then. Yes.
やめておけ。そこを住処としている霊の怒りを買うぞ。悪霊のな。
I advise against it. You'll catch the wrath of the ghost that has taken up residence there, the wraith that is.
着物姿に長い髪。寂しくも恐ろしい目をした悪霊だ。
Do you have a favorite Kureha CG? Currently, it's the one where he's kissing her mark on her cheek. So far. But I won't use that for my thumbnail because that feels like it's giving too much away. It's a wraith dressed in a kimono with long hair, a rather horrific sight. I love that part so much. I love how they're like, I can't tell her I like her. I'm like, dude, you kissed her on the cheek. That description matched the same wraith. Although things were progressing as planned, I felt more fear than joy from the
人
development.
間が儀式を施し、悪霊の気を鎮めているゆえ出てくることはあまりないが。
So adorable. Technically, I've only had 2 CG here. I'll show you. I've only had 2 CGs so far. Was this one? Technically, I count this one, actually. That's a CG. Look how cute she is. And then this one. And then this one. Which, honestly, slay. I'm down. I'm so down. My eye is still watering. Oh my goodness. I should have taken something for sinuses. I didn't realize they were going to be acting up.
この世界となる直前、
I
早
accidentally
くも異
auto.
常を察知してか地上に出てきよってな。
The humans conduct a yearly ceremony to quell her, which is why she so rarely ventures out. When this world transformed, she suffered immediately, sensing something was wrong.
まあ、未だ戻ってきておらぬから、今のうちに調べれば大丈夫かもしれん。
I love him. I just love that he supports her so much. That's fair, that's fair. I mean, he's better than Cena. But I don't know if I like him more than Koyo. So he's still between Koyo and Cena. Considering she isn't back yet, you should go and check it out now while you still can.
時々しか見かけなかったのには、そういう理由があったのですわね。
So that's why we only saw her from time to time. I was speechless and Yui spoke instead
さ
of
て
me.
と、用が済んだのなら本棚に戻してくれ。眠くて仕方ないからの。
Now then, if you're quite done here, put me back on the bookshelf. I'm terribly drowsy.
あやかし様、お待ちください。どのあたりで人間が地下へ降りていくのを見ていたのですか？
Oh, Spirit, please, one more question. Where were you when you saw the humans descend to the basement?
中央にある丸い机。その後ろの本棚に収められている時が一番観察しやすかったかの。
The round table in the middle was easiest to see where I was on the shelf, right behind it.
教えてくださり、
I'll be back later.
ありがとうござ
Okay.
います。ごゆっくりお休みくださいませ。
Also, you have to tell me your favorite candy and what your favorite horror movie is and what you're wearing today. Not in a creepy way. Thank you for telling us. Please rest well. Thank you.
また何かあれば、今度は起きている時にしてくれ。
Yes, yes. If you need anything else, come back when I'm awake, will you? The book spirit spoke this finals words before dozing off on the shelf again. After we both breathed out a sigh, Yui started walking towards the round table. I followed her and she stood in front of the bookshelf behind the table looking around. What are you doing?
資格を探しているのよ。さっき、あやかし様が言っていたでしょ。この本棚から見ていたと。
I'm looking for blind spots. That spirit mentioned it observed people entering the basement from the bookshelf. That's why she asked. Yui then pointed at
まず
something.
は、テーブルのそのあたりを見てみて。 地下への
Look
階
around
段
the
が開か
table.
れ
There
るからく
might
り
be
が
a hidden
隠
mechanism
され
that
ているか
opens
も
the
しれないわ。
stairway to the basement. Got it. The two of us continued searching. While looking through the reception's desk, we found a locked square box. If there was something in the library that would open the hatch, I had a feeling it was there. We searched for the key, but were unable to find it, and instead returned to the library for the time being. Return to the what? Returned to the nurse's office for the time being. Upon arriving at the nurse's office, Kureha was already waiting for us. We told him about what happened in the library, and we all split up to look for the key.
鍵なら職員室に保管されているわね。
There are keys in the faculty's room. The principal's office is probably a good place to check.
校長室なら俺詳しいよ。暇な時に観察しに行ったりするからね。
Oh, I know my way around the principal's office. I go there to hang out when I'm bored. As we were talking,
話し合い中に悪いんだが、報告したいことがある。
sorry for interrupting, but there's something I need to report. Oh, Kureha announced. We all quieted down.
悪霊についてだが、今、あの鏡の中へ閉じ込めておいてある。
This is about the Wraith. She's currently trapped inside the mirror. What? I love Yui so much. I do too. I love her story too. The poor girl. All three of us were speechless at the unexpected development. I was the first to reply. How? I thought it was impossible to go inside without Hibiki's permission.
お前を保健室に送ったと響が報告しに来てくれてな。その時、俺から頼んだんだ。
After walking you back to the nurse's office, Hibiki told me about the rule of the mirror, so I asked him to try and lock her away.
ちょうどよくというか、響はしばらくの間、ここを離れるということだったから、
It was
快
perfect
く引
timing.
き受けてくれてな。
Hibiki was planning to leave, and so he happily obliged.
ちょっと待って。そんなことをしたら悪霊が腹を立てて彼女に呪いを飛ばしてくるのではなくて。
Isn't the Wraith just gonna get angry and activate the curse? We don't know. We don't have to worry about that. The curse is activated by looking at me. That's why you tried to imprison the Wraith, right, Kureha? I looked over at Kureha and he nodded.
それなら安心して鍵も探せるわね。クレハさんの起点のおかげだわ。どうもありがとう。
Means we can look for the key without worrying about the Wraith. Excellent work, Kureha. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. We then split up and went to look for the keys separately. Why is Ghost Boy ... dotting? Kureha and I would check the faculty room while Yui and the boy went to the principal's office. Things seemed to be going well. At this rate, I think I'll make it back to the mortal realm in no time. I glanced over at Kureha. Knowing the Wraith was a victim of the incident erased any connection she may have to Kureha. He's wearing a kimono, my guys. Are we overlooking that? I wonder how Kureha is feeling about all of this.
この刀。
I wonder if he still had doubts about his connection with the Wraith. I tried to keep calm as Kureha and I headed to the faculty room. We both rummaged through a large box that contained all sorts of keys for the school. There's a key for the library. I think this is the key to the door, but should we take it with us anyways? Take them all.
ああ、そうだな。
Indeed, it might come in
万が
handy
一という
later.
こともあ
Yeah,
る。
lock the library with you guys inside of it. I glanced over at Kureha, who was still looking for the key with a serious expression on his face. He seemed fine now, but Kureha, when I called his name, Kureha stopped looking through the various keys. Our gaze met and I suddenly felt nervous. Does it still bother you about your memory, I mean? Kureha looked down and began to speak
気にし
slowly.
ていないと言ったら嘘になるな。俺は未だあの悪霊と何かあったのではと思ってしまっているから。
I'd be lying if I said it wasn't bothering me at all. I still believe that the Wraith and I have some sort of history. After saying that, Kureha looked up towards the
目覚め
ceiling.
た時、あの刀が手の中にあった。刀身は血に濡れていて、俺は最悪の想像をした。
When I awakened, that sword was in my hand. The blade was wet with blood, and I assumed the worst.
人を殺めたのではないかと。
That I had killed someone.
だが、記憶がないからわからない。だから俺は正当な理由を探した。
But since I had no memory of the incident, I continued to search for the truth.
何かに巻き込まれ、やむを得ず人を刺したか。何かに絶望して、この腹を自ら刺したか。
Maybe I was
そんな風
attacked
に考えてな。
and stabbed someone in self-defense, or perhaps I was overcome with despair and slit my own stomach. Kureha rubbed his hand over his abdomen, which appeared like it was dyed with
しか
blood.
し周りはそうじゃない。学校の噂が俺を苦しめた。
But that's not how the others saw me, and that's when the rumors started.
だが、今回のことで思ったんだ。案外、
That's when it occurred to me, what if
カ
the
ラカラ
rumors
さんの
about
噂話は当たっているのかもしれない。
what if the rumors about Katakata were true?
殺人鬼のカラカラさん。殺人鬼の俺。
Katakata the serial killer. What if I was the serial killer? What if it was me?
ええ。
But that day after school, the day Sayaka first told me about one of the famous seven wonders,
からん。血の色に満ちた刀を携え。
no. He is not a bloodthirsty killer. It's the only thought I can have, but I can't click it. I decided to make up my own story of how Katakata was based on Sayaka's story. Kureha's empty gaze turned to me. Katakata, the sound falls. As he seeks his long-forgotten memories, as the sun sets, he speaks to the students on their way home from school. The kind ghost with the sword in his hip. Kureha. Kureha's eyes seemed to waver. It seemed the story people tell of him and the other seven wonders of Nari Migahama was filled with mistakes. Katakata, Katakata, the sound of his sword dragging behind him as he wanders the hall. I wish I could have turned that day. If I had turned around, Kureha, what would you have said to me? Kureha opened his mouth but quickly closed it and looked away. Then he turned his gaze back to me, looking me straight in the eye.
俺に寄り添うような温かい言葉を送ってくれてありがとう。
I would have said thank you for your kind words and for your sympathy. I smiled and took Kureha's hand. Someone who could say such kind words is no killer. That's not true.
あ、
Kureha gripped my hand even tighter.
お前の温かさに救われる。
Your warmth, it saved me, thank
Arigato.
you. His voice seemed to tremble. I'm glad you understand how wonderful you are.
お前は
Oh my wa. You're so...
急にドキッとすることを言うんだな。
You always say things that make my heart race. You're one to talk. You made my heart jump so many times before you know.
Hmm?
Did I?
そうだったのか。
I don't remember that. I see. Kureha can be kind of an airhead, but maybe that's what I like about him. As I was thinking that, Kureha suddenly turned towards the door. What's the Kureha placed his fingers over his lips and
そ
spoke.
こにいるのは誰だ？
Who's there? He stared directly at the door. I too tensed up and turned to face the door. I gripped Kureha's hand tightly. The door handle of the door turned before opening to reveal.
バレちゃった。盗み聞きするつもりなかったんだけど、真剣な感じだったから
Guess you guys caught me.
入れなくて。
Where's Yui? Where's my girl? I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but things seemed like they were serious and it seemed awkward to come in. Oh, it's just him, thank goodness.
何かあったのか？
Did something happen?
あーなんだったっけな。忘れちゃった。思い出したら
What
ま
was
た
it
来る
again?
ね。
I forgot. I'll come back when I
忘
remember.
れるほどの用事のために来たのか？
Wow, you came here for something and yet you forgot. What was it?
そんなこと言わないでよ。たまの休憩もいいでしょ。それじゃ、校長室に戻るね。
Don't say it like that. What if I want to take a little break? Well, I'll be heading back to the principal's office now. With that, the boy left. Dude, what? We should get back to looking for the key. Just take all the keys. Why are we being cautious? Take every key with you. When I tried to let go Kureha's hand, You refuse to let
俺も
go.
お前に聞きたいことがある。前に鏡の世界で
There's something
今
I
の
want to
少
ask
年と
you.
話したとき、
Previously in the mirror world, when you talked to the boy,
学校に行けなかったのが心だから、ここはとってもいいよ。勉強
I see.
あの会話の最中だけ、お前の様子がどこかおかしかった気がして。
During that
気になっていたんだ。
conversation, something felt off about you. I'm slightly concerned about it, so he saw it too. I saw myself in the same situation in that
進
mortal
路のこ
realm.
とか。
You mean about your career? I averted my eyes and nodded. I felt envious of him for being so pure and simply wanting to learn.
お前が母親と進路のことで揉めたのは聞いているが、
I heard you mention before that you and your mother had an
そう
argument.
なった詳しい経緯を話してくれないか。お前に寄り添いたい。力になりたいんだ。
Would you care to tell me what happened? I want to know more about you. Maybe I can help you in some way. Kureha. Overwhelmed with emotion, I placed my hand over my heart. I sighed and told Kureha what I had neglected to tell him before about my father. Papa is dead. I always figured my mother's push for me to go to medical school was because of my late father. He passed away from an illness when I was still young. Even as a child, I saw the toll of it took on my mother, and it pained me to see her like that. Yet there were times when she would smile whenever she talked about my father. My father was a very well-known physician. Your father never gave up on his patients even when others did. Leah, you should become a doctor like your father. So, at the behest of my mother, I decided to go into the medical field. Actually, I didn't think I ever consciously chose to become a doctor. I just wanted to see my mother smile. I don't think I had any real interest in learning medicine.
それに最近気づき、電話を返して
And that's when you tried to
母親
tell
に
her
打ち明
over
け
the
たのだ。
phone. I nodded and sighed. I want to find my own future, but I was too late and my feelings complicated things between us. I'd be lying if I said there wasn't part of me that blamed my mother, but this was a path I chose myself. I need to talk with my mother and understand her feelings, so please don't worry. Kureha seemed deep in thought, giving me a look of concern.
お前はカラカラさんの噂話を聞いたとき、恐ろしい怪異である俺に寄り添うような言葉をくれた。
When you heard the kata kata rumor, you
温かい
showed
言葉を。
sympathy for me despite how dangerous I was rumored to
お
be.
前はそういう人間。他者を深く思いやれる心の温かい素晴らしい人間だ。
I believe you're someone who deeply cares for others, and that's why I'm worried about you.
帰ってから母親と腰を据えて話したとき、母親の気持ちに寄り添うあまり、自分のことを諦めてしまうんじゃないかって。
I'm worried when you go home to talk to your mother, you might sacrifice your own desire out of consideration for her. How am I supposed to pick? Kureha, if you haven't said that to me just now, I might never have realized it. Things might have happened exactly the way you were worried about. I held Kureha's hand tightly and tried to smile. Thank you, Kureha. Wasn't the right answer. Looking back, I regret the way I lived before. I won't ever let that happen again.
そうか。それならいい。
If that's the case, good.
心配しすぎていたようだな。
Perhaps I worry too much. I'm just glad you care. Thanks for listening, Kureha. Maybe I just wanted to know you care about me.
深い意味にとってしまうぞ。
I'll take that quite seriously then. His words made my heart race, but I couldn't deny them. Even that response makes me happy. Suddenly, Kureha embraced me. Before I could react, he let go.
すまない。一瞬理性を失った。
Sorry, I just lost control for a moment there. I just had to hug you. That certainly was a surprise. He said he lost control. Part of me wished it would happen again. Yes, grab me. Go on. We resumed our search for the key, this time rummaging through the teacher's desk instead of just the key box. Finding nothing, we were about to return to the nurse's office.
鍵を探している時にこれを見つけてな。
I found this while looking for the key. Kureha handed me a blank career path survey. Why are you giving me this?
うつしおに戻り再び進路に向き合った時改めてこれに記入できるようにだ。
When you return to the mortal realm and are ready to face your issues, you'll need
彼
that.
岸花が書かれたことで白紙にされてしまっただろう。
The other turned blank after the corpse flowers were drawn on it, right?
俺の願いをしっかり込めておいたからきっと大丈夫だぞ。
Put my prayers into this sheet. I know you'll be alright. Your prayers, Kureha?
お前がこれを書くとき晴れやかな心であるようにそう願いを込めた。
I prayed that when you write on this your future. I prayed that when you write your future on this sheet, you'll keep your bright, pure heart.
この陰鬱とした空間でもたくましく前へ進もうとしているお前な
Not
ら
my other eye. Don't do
抱え
this
込
to
んで
me,
いる
body.
悩みも解決できる。
Even in this dark space, you've stayed strong. I had no doubt you'll be able to solve whatever problem you encounter in the
だからきっ
future.
と俺の願い通りになるぞ。
That's why I know you'll turn out fine. It was clear Kureha worried about my future, and it makes me happy. This printout had such terrible memories associated with it in the mortal realm, but now, thanks to him, it carried a more positive meaning. Thank you. I took the survey and held it close to my heart. I will find my answer and path in life. After I said that, Kureha gently patted my head. It felt so nice, I wished he would keep doing it, but I have to focus on returning home. My feelings were genuine. And when I return home and wrote on this sheet, he won't be there. Even if he were, I couldn't see him or feel him. Could I really leave Kureha behind and find my way to smile after? What would Kureha think when we part ways? Might as well stay, I guess. Try not to yawn. After finishing our search for the key, Leah and I headed back to the nurse's office. There was something about her expression seemed off,
もしか
gloomy.
して進路のプリントを渡したことで暗い気持ちにさせてしまったか。
Did the school survey I gave you upset you? No, I'm actually made me happy, but I felt happier than I felt in a long while. She didn't seem to be lying. Maybe I was just imagining things. But then, what else could it be? Oh.
もしかして先ほどお前を急に抱き寄せたことで不快な気持ちにさせてしまったか。
Did I offend you when I hugged you earlier? No, not at all either. Actually, I didn't mind at all.
そうか。それなら。
Really, that's good. It wasn't good at all. It overstepped my bounds, but perhaps it's too late to worry about that now. My feelings just took over at that moment. How am I supposed to handle these emotions? I'll probably keep watching over her even after she returns to the mortal realm. She finds someone else eventually, start a life with him. It's unbearable. Kureha, is something wrong?
なんだ
What? I
何
didn't
も
say
言ってない
anything.
ぞ。
I didn't say anything, right? No, you just looked so upset, almost like you were gonna cry.
ああ。まあ俺にも思うところがあるんだ。
Yeah, I just have a lot on my mind. If you have something you want to say, please say it. I want to help. In that case, I just want you to love me, and I want you to join me here after you die. I felt a mixture of fear and shame. I quickly slapped myself in the face, hoping that would send me back to reality. Also, you don't know when she's going to die. And we don't know how people, like when they die, is that how they look always? After walking back to the nurse's office, we saw Yui sitting in the library.
遅かったじゃない。ずっと待っていたのよ。
You're late, we were waiting for you. Huh? What do you mean?
聞いていないの？あの少年に呼びに行ってもらったのだけれど。
Didn't you hear? I had the boy call you to come back to the library. Kureha and exchanged confused glances. The boy did visit us, but did he forget to mention this? Seemed odd he forget something like that, but Kureha also forgot. This has gotta be, right? Because he forgot about the lunch girl. He's like, was she a murderer? You know she wasn't.
まあいいわ。 こちらで成果があったのよ。
Anyways, we managed to get some results on our end. Did you find the
え
key?
え、厳重に保管されていたわ。今、地下室へつながる入り口が開くか確認していたの。
It was locked up securely. We checked to see if it leads down to the basement, and it did.
ちゃん
That's great. Thank you for finding it. Just as relief washed over me, I felt a dull pain throbbing in my head.
それなら早速行こう。あの少年は地下にいるのか？
We should get going. Is the boy already in the basement? Oh, this is bad.
それがあなたたちを呼びに行ったまま。
He went to get you and hasn't come back yet. My head is hurts. I couldn't remain standing, and I felt my consciousness slip away then and there.
起きたのか？俺の声が聞こえるか？
Are you okay? Can you hear me? Kureha. Did I fall asleep?
目覚めてくれてよかった。
Glad you're awake. As I began to recall what happened, my mind slowly started to clear. Let's see what our status is at. Got to his neck. I'd say 3 more choices. As I began to recall what happened, my mind started to clear. That's right, I fainted. I slowly sat up, assisted by Kureha. I'm sorry, I can't believe I passed out like that.
謝らなくていい。それよりも、体調はどうだ？
There's no need to apologize. How do you feel now? Much better after getting some rest. I think I was just exhausted.
悪霊の仕業かとヒヤヒヤしていたが、ここの空気のせいだったか。
First I was worried it was the wraith. Maybe it's the air. I hit the wrong button. I'm sure it seemed that way. I can tell my body is stained. Though I tried to reassure Kureha I was fine, that wasn't exactly the truth. My whole body felt sluggish. But if Kureha finds out, he'll be worried again. I decided to keep this feeling to myself, but when I tried to get out of bed, Kureha held my
ま
shoulders
だ
down.
顔色が悪い。もう少し休んでおけ。無理させたくないんだ。
You still look pale. You should just rest for now. I don't want you to overexert yourself. He noticed. I understand, but I'm not feeling sleepy anymore. How about we have a little chat together?
そういう願いなら、聞かないわけにはいかないな。
That's what you wish, then I have no reason to refuse. Thank you.
俺のためにも、もうベッドから出ようとしないでくれ。ユイに怒られてしまう。
For my sake, stay in bed, otherwise you will give me a real earful. Huh, Yui?
無理にでも休ませておいてと、鋭い目つきで強く言われていてな。
She made
あ
me
の学校、思い出すだけで身震いする。
She made me promise that I'd force you to rest. Just thinking back to that icy gaze she gave me when she said it gave me the shivers. Kureha chuckled, mimicking a shiver as he spoke. Ah, that sure sounds like Yui.
ユイが怖いのは今回に限ったことじゃない。お前のことになると恐ろしいんだぞ。
Yui gets scary when it comes to you. Really? By the way, where is
自
Yui?
身のやるべきことをしにというところだ。実はお前が倒れてすぐ別の悪霊と遭遇してな。
She's working on something on her own. Soon after you collapsed, we encountered another wraith. Another wraith?
以前食堂で会った幽霊を覚えてるか？ユイに食ってかかった神殺し事件の被害者なんだが。
Do you remember the ghost in the cafeteria, the victim of the divine invocation who was hostile towards Yui?
悪霊になってしまったらしくてな。
Seems she turned into a wraith. I told you that. I knew it was the same wraith I met with Hibiki. I remember. Yui must be distraught to learn she turned into a wraith. She probably felt
ユイなら
responsible.
大丈夫だ。最初の時とは比べ物にならないほどの
Are we
光を
gonna not
瞳に
establish
宿してい
this?
たからだ。
He knew she turned into a wraith. We told him in the hallway after we left. Yui will be fine. I sense a powerful determination in her now, quite different from when I first met
お
her.
前に鍛えられたと言っていたぞ。
She mentioned she learned a lot from you. I see, you're right. I'll be sure she'll be okay. I had noticed a change in Yui. I shouldn't worry so much. I should trust that Yui knows what she's doing.
実はユイからもう一つ言われていることがあってな。お前を守るだけならいいが恋をするなと。
Yui also said something else. She told me that protecting you is important, but I mustn't fall in love. She said that?
ああ、 俺がお前の帰り道を妨げると心配してのことだ。
She was worried it will impact your ability to go home. I wasn't sure if I believed that. I knew Kureha saw me differently. And neither of us had openly expressed our feelings. Surely we'd be able to part ways without doing so, but is that the way it should be?
聞くが、俺はお前の帰り道の妨げになっているか？
I must ask. I'm not interfering with your desires to return, am I? Huh? I hadn't expected him to continue with this topic, to interfere. I couldn't bring myself to say anything else. Was it even right to say anything else?
お前に言わせようとするなんて、俺も育児がないな。
It's cowardly of me to have you say it. Kureha.
よく聞いてほしい。
Kureha. Leah, please listen to me. Whoops, wrong person. My heart jumped when he looked at me.
俺はお前を好いている。
I have feelings for you. Finally, he spoke the words I thought he'd never say. I'd given up that he ever would say them. Confusion and joy intertwined, making me unable to answer him.
生者と死者とでは歩む道が違う。結ばれない関係だ。
The paths we walk are different, living and dead. I know we can never be together.
同じ思いでも一緒にいられない。俺はお前の姿を見ていられるが、お前の目には俺が映らない。
Even if you feel the same way about me, there's just no way. I know that although I can see you, your eyes will never again meet mine. He's not saying goodbye to me
どう
now,
あっ
is
て
he?
も良好な関係は築けず、お前を悲しませる結果となる。
We will never be able to have a relationship, and that brings me nothing but sadness. We'll find a way to be together. I have feelings for you too. I care about you too. I blurted the words out so impulsively that I was at a loss for what to say next. Still flustered, I felt Kureha's hand brush against my cheek.
同じ気持ちでいてくれて。
I'm glad you share my feelings. Wait, please, I don't want to say goodbye just yet.
わかる？
Goodbye? Isn't that why you're building up to?
なるほど。勘違いさせてしまったか。
I see I've confused you.
不可能かもしれないが、それでも一緒にいられる道を探してみないかと相談するつもりでいたんだ。
I mean, it could be like the Cena one where she just sees him every 4 years or once a year. I realize it may not be possible, but I want us to try and find a way to be together. That's what I want to discuss with you. You should have led with that. The words came out harshly, but Kureha merely laughed, amused by my reaction. After that, we discussed how we might be able to stay together.
俺としてはお前に俺が見えるようになればいいんだが。
For me, it's about making sure you can still see me.
互いに認識できていれば、たとえ触れられなくとも寂しくないだろ
If we could see each other even without being able to touch, it won't be so lonely. It would be a shame if we couldn't touch, but it was better than nothing. Right. Mid-sentence, a wave of dizziness and a headache hit me. Not again.
う。どうしたんだ？まさかまた頭痛が。
What's wrong? Is your headache back? I think I need to get some sleep. Kureha tucked me into bed and covered me with a blanket.
すまない。興奮するあまりお前を気遣えないでいた。本当に申し訳ない。
I'm sorry, my excitement got the better of me and I wasn't being considerate of your condition. We have so many questions that we're just ignoring right now. Please don't say that. You're the reason I've been able to stay sane this whole time. Your love gives me peace.
それなら寝ている間もお前に愛を注ごう。
I'll keep sending love even as you sleep. Kureha gently stroked my head as he
おや
spoke.
すみ。また後でな。
Good night, Leah. I'll see you in a bit. Yes, good night. As I drifted off, a strange mix of peace and urgency filled me and my voice started to crack. Classic. The headache returned as soon as could. The headache returning so soon was odd. Could it be the curse was accelerating? I feared my time was running out. When I woke, I expected him to be there. Kureha. But he was gone. I opened the curtain, searching the nurse's office, but he was nowhere to be found instead.
起きたんだね。もう大丈夫？
You're awake. Are you okay? I'm great, suspicious person. This man needs a face, by the way. I'm sorry for resting for so long, but I'm fine now. Thank you. Do you know where Kureha went?
俺にあんたを任せて出て行ったよ。図書室に入っていくのを見たから、
He left and
地下
asked me to
室に
watch
いる
over
のか
you.
も。
I saw him head towards the library. I think he's in the basement. Huh, why would he go there alone? Thank you, I'll be following him. I quickly thanked him and hurried out of the nurse's office.
ごめんね。
Sorry. I thought I heard the boy say something as I left, but I didn't have the time to turn around and ask him. I searched the library and rushed over to the round table. There in the table's center was a gap in the opened hatch leading down. It looked like stairs, but darkness veiled the view. For a moment, I hesitated. I need to be brave. Kureha's down there. He's down there. I know for sure because I trust this kid that, is acting sus. With resolve, I steeled myself and began to descend down the stairs. Initially, I thought the stairs were too dark to go down, but a faint light guided me to their face. Kureha! I called out to him, hoping he'd hear me, yet the darkness gave no reply. Is he really down here? As I neared the light, I emerged into a small open area. Kureha! In front of an ominous altar stood Kureha, silent and still. Why did you come here alone? That's reckless. I was so worried when I woke up. Something's not right. There was no color in Kureha's eyes. It was as though he didn't see me, lost in some kind of daze. Kureha, what's
俺
wrong?
は何をした？
What did I do? The phrase sounded eerily familiar.
もしも
俺は何をしたんだ？
What did I do? That rumor wasn't true. Kureha, please get a hold of yourself. I reached for his arm, but his gaze stayed vacant, fixed on something
ここで
distant.
俺は何をしたんだ？
What was I doing here? It seemed Kureha recognized this place, then it hit me. His memory. Could this place be holding the memories of how Kureha died? Is this the reason you came here? Kureha didn't reply, his eyes still wandering. He's lost. I should get him out of here. I tugged on Kureha's arm, prepared to leave.
ひなぎく。その名前に覚えはない？お兄さん。
Hinagiku. Does that name ring a bell, brother? From the darkness appeared the young boy from before. Hinagiku? What's he talking about?
無反応か。ひどい兄貴がいたもんだ。
No
妹
response,
の
I
名前
see.
も忘れちゃうなんて。
Shame on you for forgetting your sister's name. What are you talking about?
妹
Sister. Kureha's unresponsive until now seemed to react to that word.
そう。妹。お兄さんは妹のひなぎくちゃんを助けに月神家へ押しかけてきたんだよ。
Ah, yes, your sister. You stormed the Sukagami estate trying to save your sister, Hinagiku.
屋敷でひなぎくちゃんを探してたどり着いたのがこの地下祭壇。
You searched the mansion for Hinagiku and ended up at this underground altar. He knows Kureha's story. He knows Kureha's lost memory. Kureha! Kureha collapsed, his head in his hands. I rushed to his side to help him up. Please, you're confused. Please give him a moment.
今じゃなきゃいけないんだ。あんたがいる間じゃなきゃね。
No, it has to be now while we're still here.
あん
Me?
たがそばにいたらクレハさんは記憶を取り戻しても悪霊化しないかもしれない。
Oh, well, you're okay. With you by his side, Kureha might not turn into a wraith when his memories
ちゃんと
return.
記憶を受け止めて正気を保っていられるかもしれないんだ。
He may be able to accept his sanity and accept his past. Why would he become a wraith if he regains his
あの
memories?
時月神家で起きた事実を前にして
Back then, at the
クレアさんは
Sukugami estate,
悪霊が仕掛けたから。
Kureha nearly became a wraith. Kureha almost turned into a wraith? I could hardly believe
ね
it.
え、お兄さん、そろそろ思い出してよ。
It's
先
time, brother. Remember everything up to the very end.
妹のひなぎくちゃんがここで月神功に首を切られたのをさ、
You watched
あん
right
た
here as
目
your
の前で
sister
見てたでしょ。
Hinagiku was beheaded by Isoa Sukugami. Isn't that right? No. His sister Hinagiku? She was murdered on this very spot, and Kureha saw it happen. I started to feel nauseous. Buddy, wake up. It's okay.
くい。月神功。よくもひなぎくを。
She's the elevator girl. I thought that. Blue, you're awake. Welcome to the real world. Oh my god. I hate you, Isao Tsukagami. How dare you do that to her, to Hinagiku. With that, Kureha reached for his sword. Kureha! I held his arm right as he grabbed his sword. Is he turning into a wraith? The wraiths in this world always filled my head with fear. Heart even. But seeing someone I cared about turn into one brought a whole new kind of fear. Kureha! I tried to pull at his arm as hard as I could, but Kureha continued to draw his sword. I had no choice but to jump on him. It's the only way. Oh my, snap out of it! Don't do this! He's it's like a Radiant Tail, but it's reverse. He's changing, not her. The fear that Kureha might turn his sword on me lingered, but my concern for him outweighed it. I felt something warm emanating from the pocket of my uniform, the Khalifa flower petals. Are they having some effect right now? Encouraged by the petals' warm glow, I continued calling out to him. He's kind of cute like that. I like a goth boy. Look at the hair. Like, his hair's gotten darker. It's nice. Kureha, please listen to my
殺
voice.
してやる。殺してやる。殺してやる。ひな
I'll
ぎくと
kill you. I'll
同じ
kill
目
you.
に。
Just like you did to Hinagiku. Look at me,
ひなぎ
please.
くを殺したこの刀で、あいつを月神功を。
With the same sword that killed Hinagiku, I'll do the same to Isao Tsukagami. Kureha, hear me! Despite my cries, my voice seemed not to reach him. Don't mention the person being dead. That doesn't help him. He's dead. Everybody's dead in this world. What should I do? I thought I heard a voice.
お前はカラカラさんの噂ば。
That's a flashback. We don't do flashbacks. I don't care. Let me be close to you, so show me your memories. Oh, damn. Girl just like went for it, bro. Reaching out, I gently his sighs. Reaching out, I gently touched his skin, hoping my warmth would convey my emotions. I needed him to feel this warmth, to understand my love and concern for him. I love you, Kureha. I don't want to lose you. I don't want you to lose yourself. Inuyasha kiss. Yeah, just stop turning into a complete monster, Inuyasha. As I brushed against his cold lips, a rush of memories flooded into mine. Actually, it reminds me of Fairy Tail's not most recent, one of the recent episodes though. Lucy runs up to Natsu, who's like losing it. So this makes sense because Sina's in this, by the way, and Sina's the same voice actor as Natsu. Ooh, my ear just started to tingle. But she's hugging him, trying to get him to calm down, and he like literally burns her skin because he's so hot. One day, my sister Hinagiku, the only family I had left, disappeared. The Tsukagami estate, Hinagiku worked there, and I would visit her every day. But that day, no matter how long I waited at the mansion gate, she never appeared. When I inquired with the rest of the staff, they told me she never arrived. Which meant Hinagiku was missing. Police investigations were limited in those days. Knowing I couldn't count on them, I resolved to find Hinagiku myself. Days passed without a trace. With nowhere else to go, I once again headed to the Tsukugami estate. The estate seemed empty, gates locked, suggesting the staff was gone. Then I remembered the events before Hinagiku's appearance. Yui Tsukugami also vanished, and Isao Tsukugami had gone mad, shutting himself off from the rest of the world. The fact that Hinagiku had gone missing at the same time, it all felt too coincidental. Compelled by suspicion, I broke into the mansion. Unlike the extravagant, this is a nice room. Extravagant exterior, the inside was cluttered and filled with a dull, heavy atmosphere. I entered a room resembling a study and found a number of frightening materials scattered throughout the room. The nation of gods, spirited away legends, sacrificial ceremonies. In addition to the strange materials were mountains upon mountains of handwritten notes. I wondered if the head of the household, Isao Tsukugami, believed his daughter was spirited away. At least that's what it seemed. When I left the room, I heard a trembling sound, followed by a terrible scream. Let me go,
今の
stop.
はひなぎく
Was that Hinagiku? My body tensed up and I started searching for some kind of weapon. I noticed the sword hung on the wall and took it with me before going to the source of the voices. When I arrived there, what I saw before me disgusted me. Hinagiku was placed on an altar with her hands and legs tied up. Next to her was Isao
お
Tsukugami.
前何を
What
し
are
て
you
る
doing? My voice trembled with rage. Brother. Hinagiku looked as though she had been tortured. Her face was completely swollen.
儀式の邪魔をする汚れが
You've interfered with the ritual.
弟ひなぎくを離せ
Get away from her. Get away from Hinagiku. I drew the sword and ran towards Isao Tsukugami. Before I could reach him, a bullet pierced my gut. Plot twist, he was shot. Brother.
ひなぎく待ってろ今助ける
Hinagiku, just wait, I'll save you. I crawled over to the sword I brought with me, but Isao Tsukugami got to it first. He had Hinagiku sit atop the
神
altar.
よゆいをお返しください今宵はこの娘の血を捧げましょう
Gods, return Yui to me. I offer you the blood of this girl. At that moment, I thought of all the strange things I'd seen in the library before.
やめろ
Stop. Her? Who had this thought? Oh, the library. Sorry. I was like picturing the school library. With Hinagiku shaking, Isao Tsukugami slid the sword across her neck. And right in front of me. Brother. Her voice gargled with blood. In that moment, I lost the last member of my family. My sister, Hinagiku, was gone. And so my life also ended there as well. Well. I had seen Kureha's sad memory, but I saw it to grow closer to him. Even now, I seemed stuck in our shared
俺
consciousness.
がいけなかった
It was my fault. That
目
voice.
を覚ましてくれ
Please wake up. Wake up? What should I say when I do? I was worried if I could support him the way he needed me to, but either way, I needed to wake up. I wanted to be by Kureha's side. I opened my eyes. I closed my eyes. The first thing I saw was Kureha's worried face. He was looking away, head bowed. I reached out for him, slowly grazing his cheek with my finger. Kureha. He quickly grabbed my hand, pressing it against his
よかっ
cheek.
た。目が覚めたんだな。
Thank goodness you're awake. That's my line. Looks like you've woken up. I'm glad to see that you're back to your old self, though. Kureha frowned in pain as I
無
smiled.
様にも俺は欠けていた記憶を前に狂乱した。
I was so pitiful letting those memories get to me like that. Yes, the memories of my sister's murder that happened right in front of me. Wasn't pitiful. Anybody might have had a reaction like that. I was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. I tried to
起
stand
きて
up.
も大丈夫なのか？
Are you sure you can stand?
ああ、すまない。気が動転していて、保健室ではなく、ここの机に寝かせてしまっていたな。
Sorry, I panicked and just laid you down here instead of the nurse's office. It's okay. Thank you for bringing me here. I looked around to see that Kureha had laid me on top of the reception's desk. Trying to get down, Kureha carried me and placed me gently on the floor. His protectiveness made me laugh. You didn't have to do that. I'm fine,
俺の
really.
記憶を見たんだろう。頭痛や苦しさがあるんじゃないか。
You saw my memory, right? Any headache or pain? I'm sorry. I looked without asking you first, but I'm fine. I don't want you to worry.
いや、お前のことだから無理よ。
No, I knew you're probably. I said I'm fine. Don't have the same headache right now. I don't think I got it the entire time I was looking at your memories either. After saying that, I pulled out the bag filled with Khalifa flower petals. I suppose that I have these to thank for that. It seems like the Khalifa petals protected me. I opened the bag, but all the petals had withered and turned black.
そうか。それを持ってくれていてよかった。
I'm glad you had those with you. Yeah, we need another one. Kureha seemed convinced and let out a long sigh of relief. Khalifa flowers can purify darkness, and I believe they helped you too, Kureha. Seriously, thank goodness for these. I'll have to thank Seiya and Yui for them.
そうかもしれないが、俺の中では違う。
Maybe, but for me it was different. Huh?
お前の口づけが闇に染まりつつある心を溶かし、俺にぬくもりと癒しを与えた。
Your kiss stopped my heart from drowning in darkness. It brought warmth and healing. Oh. That's right, I kissed Kureha then. Yeah. Yeah, black and white. Remember that? Was rather uncharacteristically bold of me. I couldn't touch his skin anywhere. Well, I only kissed you because my voice couldn't reach you.
恥ずかしがることはない。お前は俺を救ったんだからな。
There's no need to feel ashamed. You saved me after all.
あの口づけがなかったら、俺は正気に戻れなかったと思う。まさに愛の力だ。
Without that kiss, I doubt I would have came back to my senses. It's the power of true love. The power of true love. He spoke so earnestly, I couldn't help but blush.
だから、俺がカリファの腹に感謝するのは、
I'm
お前を
thankful
守ってくれたことにだ。
for the Khalifa flowers. They kept you safe. Kureha took the bag of petals, scattering them over the reception's counter.
一片だけでも無事なものがあればと思ったが、
I hoped one
見
might be
事なまで
fine.
に全て枯れている
They're
な。
all withered. Maybe he wanted to keep them for what's ahead. It made me happy, but there's no need for them. I did it! I got one right! Being able to help someone you love brings such joy, so you don't need to worry. Besides, I could protect Kureha too. Realizing that filled me with happiness, but then Kureha suddenly laughed.
頼りになるな。だが、俺自身しっかりしないとならない。
Oh, looks like I have one more choice left, or maybe I made one bad choice and didn't realize it. You sure are dependable. I should step up my
それ
game.
に、俺は正気でいたい。お前への思いを失いたくないから。愛しいと思う。この気持ちを。
I want to stay sane. I can't lose these feelings for you. This love I feel for you. He gently caressed my cheek. It was tickling yet comforting. Feeling his touch warmed my heart and I felt myself blushing.
お前は本当に愛らしいな。
You truly are lovely. Oh gosh.
どうしてそんなに可愛いんだ？
Why are you so adorable? You need to shut up. Stop it. I don't know what to say.
すまない。許してくれ。
Sorry about that. Forgive me. Oh. The sweetness of his words was something I wasn't sure I'd ever get used to. Wait, now's not the time for this. I'm just saying, like, dude, you can't compliment people back to back to back to back. It's too much. It's embarrassing. I moved his hand away from my cheek. I think you already know this, but earlier I saw your memories, Kureha. Does that mean your memory has returned?
なあ、死の間際まで全て思い出せた。あの少年のおかげというべきか。
I remember everything up to the moment of my death. I suppose I have that boy to thank. Kureha had long been searching for his memories, but he didn't seem very pleased. That was understandable though, given that these memories were... No one could be happy about that. Speaking of which, have you seen the boy?
わからないんだ。悪霊化しそうになってからは記憶が曖昧で、正気に戻れた時には消えていた。
I'm not sure. My memories of everything after I nearly became a wraith is a bit fuzzy, but by the time I came to, he was gone. I see. In my rush to restore Kureha's sanity, I missed everything else that was going on around me. But with what we knew now, from the way the boy talked perhaps, I believe that boy might have been murdered before Hinagiku was. I think he was witness the events as it goes. Kureha fell silent, lost in thought. Something else was bothering me too. Kureha had been inquiring about his death among the school other ghosts. Did he never talk to that boy? Why didn't he mention your sister Hinagiku until now? I couldn't understand.
俺も同じように考えていた。
I was thinking the same thing. When he spoke at the underground altar,
あんたがそばにいたらちゃんと記憶を受け止めて。
why would he become a wraith if you
あの
read
時
his memory?
悪霊化し
Was it because I was by his side? Was that what I figured? That was what I figured, but why was he acting so familiar with Kureha? From the way they interacted together, it didn't seem like they knew each other well. Well, for now. I guess we won't know anymore until we talk to him. Kureha merely stared at the single point in silence. I felt bad for interrupting him, but Kureha, now that you've regained your memories, what about your regrets in crossing over? What about your regrets in crossing over? I was really curious.
まだ整理がつかなくてな。今すぐとはいかなそうだ。
I still haven't come to terms with everything. I don't think it'll happen right away. I guess that's understandable. You can always talk to me about how you're feeling. I really do want to be there for you. Lurk, I'm streaming too, but I still want to lurk. Ooh, what are you playing? Nice. I'm not trying to force you or anything. I'm just worried about you. I want you to know you can lean on me.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
俺自身寄り添ってほしいと思うのはお前しかいない。
Sometimes I feel like you're the only one I want to rely on like this. The only one? That makes me so
俺も
happy.
いつまでもお前に寄り添うよ。この世界がうつしおに戻った後もな。言葉なくともずっとそばにいる。
He's too sweet. I will always be close to you, even after you return to the mortal realm. Even if we can't speak to one another, I'll still be by your side. Even if we can't speak. A sudden dread washed over me. What do you mean by that? Kureha looked at me with deep longing in his eyes. It felt like I could read his thoughts from the look alone. Are you planning to just say goodbye? You promised to try and find a way to be together. I took a step towards him. Even if we can't touch, we'll find a way so I can still feel your presence. I grasped Kureha's collar with both hands and looked up at him. Now you just like loop one finger through that and you just yank him. It's fine. Kureha gazed down with sorrowful eyes as he gently stroked my head, trying to
で
comfort
き
me.
ることなら一緒にいられる方法を模索したい。だが
If that were possible, I definitely want us to find a way to be together,
こ
but
この空気とあざの呪いによってお前の体は限界に来ている。それはお前自身も感じるところだろう。
the atmosphere here and the curse you bear are pushing your body to its limits. You must know that. That's ridiculous that you would point that out right now. He was totally right, and I was at a loss for words. But we finally opened our hearts to each other. We agreed to find a way to be together. Rude. My dream for our future was shattered, leaving only a deep feeling I had for him.
お前のことが心配なんだ。お前が死んでしまったら俺は。
I'm worried about you. If anything were to happen to you, then we'd be together. We wouldn't have to worry about any more Kureha. I gasped as soon as I said the words. It wasn't just me who was taken aback by those words. Kureha was as well.
今の本
Are
気
you
か。
serious? I said it, but now I couldn't bring myself to answer him. I truly love Kureha that much. Kureha gently removed my hand from his collar and held it
家
tightly.
族を失う悲しみを俺は知っている。
I know the pain of losing family. I just remembered it 5 minutes ago. Mom, sis.
ここをうつしおに戻しお前を返す。何があってもな。
We'll restore this place to the mortal realm and make sure you get home safely.
それが俺にできること。
That's what I have to do.
お前に表す愛情だ。
That's how I can show you how much I love you. I hope you understand. Of course. It was a fitting way for Kureha to express his love for me, and I smiled in response, so I worried my smile would not appear genuine. Because it wasn't. Because I was mad. Kureha led me by the hand as we stepped out into the hallway.
今すぐにでもひなぎくのもとへ行き名乗らせるのがいい。体調的に問題ないか。
Let's go see Hinagiku right away and have her recognize her own name. Are you feeling okay? I left the library with intention, but go straight to Hinagiku. I paused and looked up at Kureha. So that means the wraith is Kazuha. Kazuha? I went to a different game. Kureha gazed down and slowly nodded. I tried to recall what I saw in Kureha's memories, trying to picture what Hinagiku might look like. She was wearing that kimono. Is that the kimono? The image of Hinagiku and the wraith wearing the same attire merged together in my mind. It really is her. I hadn't realized until now. The kimono had a distinct design, but the revelation was shocking to me.
どうして今まで気づけなかったんだろうな。悪霊となった後何度か見かけていたのに。
How could I not have seen this before? I met her several times already when she was a wraith. I wonder what made you forget her. I felt in his memories just how much he cared about her. Kureha's face showed a mixture of confusion and anguish. If we met Hinagiku now, even if it goes well, after I return to the mortal realm, Kureha might continue to suffer. How could I have forgotten my sister? I could almost hear him ask himself that. I can't go back to the mortal realm yet, not until this mystery is solved. Plus, I don't have her name. Like, you know, like for the flower. I can't go back, period. Kureha, before we see Hinagiku, let's visit that boy. There are still some things we need to discuss with him. You might know more about why you lost your
そ
memory.
こまでしなくていい。お前は関わらなくていいんだ。
There's no need. You shouldn't concern yourself with that. Huh? Up until now, Kureha and I had always worked together. We relied on each other.
ひなぎくとのことは俺の問題だ。だからお前はうつしおへ。
Hinagiku's situation is my issue. You need to focus on getting back to the mortal realm too. Don't tell me what I need to do. The words just impulsively came out, but I couldn't hold them in any longer. I know you're worried about me. I know that's why you want to get me back to the mortal realm quickly, but I'm just as worried about you. I don't want you dealing with your troubles all on your own after I leave. And what if it happens again? What you gonna do? I'm scared you might become a wraith again. A tear slid down my face, proof of just how scared I was for the future and dramatic timing. I don't want you forgetting just how much I love you. Upon hearing that, he drew me close.
すまない。お前の気持ちを考えていなくて。
Sorry, I hadn't thought about how you felt.
俺がお前を思うように、お前も俺のことを思ってくれているんだな。
Just like I'm worried about you, you're worried about me in the same way. I'm glad you understand.
ああ、俺も嬉しい。お前の思いの深さを知れて。
I'm happy too. Happy to know how much you care about me. Thank goodness. Relieved, I watched Kureha murmur.
なあ、一ついいか。ひなぎくは俺の呼びかけに気づいてくれるだろうか。
Can I ask you something? Do you think Hinagiku heard my plea? His earlier warnings to stay out of it made this question stir in my heart. I don't know too much about ghosts, but I steadied my thoughts considering the possibility. Just as my love helped bring you back, maybe Hinagiku will react to the sound of your voice. I hesitated to say more, not wanting to get his hopes up. I'm sorry, this keeps getting caught on this and it's scratchy. But I want to believe in miracles. Is that naive?
そんなことはない。
Not at all. After a warm smile, Kureha leaned in and whispered in my ear.
そうだな。お前の思いが俺を正気に戻してくれたように。
You're right.
ひなぎくに。
Your love brought me back. Maybe it's possible for my love to reach Hinagiku. In that moment, I saw a spark of hope in Kureha's
ひなぎ
eyes.
くのところへ行く前に、あの少年を探そう。ついてきてくれるな。
Before we meet Hinagiku, let's try and find that boy first. You'll come with me, right? Of course I will. I won't leave your side as long as I'm here, Kureha.
ありがとう。本当に。
Thank you, truly.
お前の思いが心から嬉しい。
Your support means everything
お
to
前と
me.
出会い、お前を愛せて、これ以上のことはない。
The fact that I'm able to meet you, to fall in love with you,
お
it's
前に愛されたことは何よりも
been
幸福
the
だ。
greatest joy of my life. He eased his embrace. I felt his cold lips on mine, a sensation that was unique to him. I'm happy too. The emotions I felt at that moment were profound. I'll never forget this moment, nor the love I have for him. And we don't get a CG of that, and that's kind of messed up. It's messed up. That's just rude. As Lee and I navigated the school halls, my mind wandered to Hinagiku. Hello, silly well, happy Halloween. Hinagiku. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you sooner. It's a scam. They said that when you turn into a wraith, you lose yourself, but I'm determined to bring you back no matter what the cost. Just because it was never been done before doesn't mean it can't be done. I got sent home from work due to tummy issues. I too am having tummy issues. I might go to the doctor just to see, because like it's been a few days of hurting, and last night it was really, really bad. Leah's presence filled me with hope. Were you eating all the candy? Was that why your tum-tum was hurting? Her love guided me. It lights the way. I couldn't bear to bear with the thought of us parting. Glancing around to ensure we were alone, I leaned in and whispered to Leah.
愛してるぞ。
Leah, I love you. As I pulled back, she gazed up, her cheeks a deep shade of red. She averted her gaze and whispered softly back to me, I love you too? To be loved by her, it was all I could ask for. I reveled in the joy of that moment, her words deeply nestled in my heart. Switch perspectives again. No matter where we looked, we couldn't find the boy, and as we were descending the stairs. Where could he be? We've looked everywhere. Kureha seemed deep in thought and didn't respond right away. Then a realization seemed to strike him and he
No.
turned to me.
響はあの少年も鏡の世界へ入れていたよな。
I'll be a big girl today and watch your scary stream tonight. I don't currently have one planned, but I do have to go to work unexpectedly, and so I don't get to do 9 hours today, so I could do one tonight. We'll see, we'll see. Honestly, I have Resident Evil 2 on my PS5, which I have yet to play all the way through, and got scared at the very beginning. Listen, I'm a baby. Didn't Hibiki let that boy into the mirror world? I was taken aback by his suggestion. So you think he might be in the mirror world? We had avoided the central stairs while searching, knowing Hinagiku was in the mirror. Gong, are you going to stream today? I will be streaming for about an hour more because I have to go to work now. So my sadness overcomes me. Passing by the mirror might trigger her curse, which was a risk we weren't willing to take. Let's go check it out. I grabbed his hand, but Kureha didn't budge.
お前はここに残った方が。
I think it's safer you stay here. Nah, I'll hide under your kimono jacket. It's fine. After everything, you're still saying this? Besides, I need to confront Hinagiku to get her name anyways. Even if I know it. Kureha hesitated briefly, then began to walk alongside me again. Thank goodness I couldn't handle being told to stay out of it again.
お前のことは何があっても守る。
Whatever happens, I'll keep you safe, bro. Don't overwork yourself. Make sure you rest after your doctor's visit and get a note to relax. Even if I get a note to relax, my anxiety would not let me take time off if there's no one to cover my shifts. Whatever happens, I'll keep you safe. He tightened his grip on my hand, and I held it back just as firmly. We're coming to the end now. With our hearts filled with tension, Kureha and I approached the mirror. Arriving at our destination left me stunned. The mirror turned pitch black. What's happening?
もしかすると悪霊の影響かもしれないな。
Probably
闇
the
の気
race
が
doing. Dark
鏡の
energies.
世界に充満してい
Blood
るん
in
だ
the
ろう。
mirror world. So because we trapped her in there, the darkness is even denser than normal. I imagine the thick darkness within felt a chill down my spine. I'm really scared, but I knew that there was no going back now.
覚悟はいいか。
There's a wraith, yes. Okay, so this is the last chapter, technically. We have uncovered his hidden memories. He was a victim of the murders, and he was murdered when he broke into the mansion to save his sister, and he was unsuccessful. He got shot in the stomach, and the serial killer took his knife and cut his sister's head off in front of him. And he nearly became a wraith, so I'm assuming this hasn't been stated yet. His sister erased his memories of the event so that he could be preserved without turning into a wraith. And so that's where we're at. So his sister is the wraith that's in the mirror. We're going to talk to her to be like, yo, buddy, how you doing? How you feeling? Yay, like that. Ready? Yes. I knew Hinagiku might be on the other side. I still wish we'd spoken to the boy
俺が
beforehand.
先に行く。少し周りを見てくるから、お前はここで待っていてくれ。
I'll go in first and look around for a bit. You wait here for now. I nodded, watching as Kureha stepped into the mirror. After a moment, I cautiously followed. How long is a moment? Stepping into the mirror world, it felt familiar, yet the air felt denser, likely due to Hinagiku's presence. According to Hibiki, the mirror world could have been swallowed by the other realm, so we'd better be careful. Let's start looking for
やっ
her.
ぱり来たんだね。
I had a good feeling you'd come. A voice echoed from below the stairs, and I turned to see the boy we'd been looking for. I approached him. As we reached him, the boy bowed deeply.
クレアさん、お姉さん、
Both of you, I'm
ごめんなさい。
sorry for everything. He looked up, his eyes filled with remorse. I sensed his sincerity, and yet,
お前はひなぎくの何なんだ。どうして俺を知っている。
how did you know Hinagiku? And how did you know me? Kureha's voice was wary as he questioned the
俺
boy.
は月神家で使用人として働いていたんだ。その時に稲菊ちゃんと知り合って。
I once served at the Sukagami estate. That's where I met Hinagiku.
そうだったのか。
That makes sense.
それで
And just as the boy is about to continue, a wave of dizziness hit me, but thankfully Kureha was there to steady me. I've known for a while now, but it seems my time here really is running short. Given my condition, we decided it was best to continue our conversation in the nurse's office where I could lay down. Kureha gently laid me on the bed, and the two of them stayed close by my side.
もう時間がないみたいだから端的に話すね。
There's not much time, I'll be brief. The boy then jumped right into discussing the details of the divine invocation incidents. As I mentioned, Hinaki-ku and I both served at the Sukagami estate. Being about the same age, we would often talk together at work. Most of the other servants were much older, making our connection unique. We could talk about anything together. Friendship came easy to us. Then Yui Sukagami disappeared. Isao Sukagami frantically searched for his lost daughter, gradually losing his mind as he did so. He secluded himself in his study. Other servants told us he was obsessing over stories of spiriting ways. The other servants sensed a dark change in him and started resigning one by one. But it made no difference. Eventually, they were all dismissed. Everyone except Hinagiku and I. We were left behind. We were to be imprisoned. I was an orphan and a live-in servant, which made me an easy target. Hinagi had a brother, Kureha, but Isao knew her disappearance would be overlooked. Despite his madness, Isao Sukagami remained a powerful man. He could sweep the disappearances of two young household staff away. On the day we were imprisoned, it seemed like any other day at work, but Hinagi and I felt something was off. The absence of the other servants was eerie. Though we dare not question our master given his unstable state, we continued to work as we normally did. When Isao Sugami gave us a rather chilling
掃
order,
除をしてほしい部屋がある。急ぎだ。
I need this room cleaned immediately. I obeyed, not suspecting a thing. Who knew that room would become my prison? That was when it all began. When I was in prison, the days passed uneventfully. Inagi's room was next to mine, so we could talk through the wall. We plotted our escape, but as time went on, we heard more and more voices coming through the walls. Isao Sukagami had imprisoned not only us, but a number of others too. I later discovered he kidnapped them. As days passed, things only grew more ominous. The first victim was Hinagi. As for her, if you've regained your memories, Kureha, there's no need for me to elaborate. Soon after that, someone new was brought to Hinagi-kun's room. It wasn't her. I knew instantly it was a man who kept muttering to himself. I feared I was going insane. What happened to Hinagi-kun? That question consumed me. I tried desperately, fruitlessly to hold on to my sanity. My time came soon after that. I was sacrificed in the ritual. Then, as a ghost, I was reunited with Hinagi-kun. Strangely, I was relieved to die, given the circumstances. Death seemed a mercy to me. With nothing to live for, I thought about quickly crossing over, but that became impossible.
私は成仏できません。兄が悪霊化してしまったのです。
I can't cross over. My brother
元
became
に
a
戻
wraith.
してあげたい。
I need to save him. Hinagi-kun told me about all that
今
happened.
も兄は月神功を恨み、この屋敷をさまよっています。
My brother harbors a grudge against Isao Sukagami and roams this mansion. Hinagi-kun said, your murderous rage against Isao Sukagami caused you to attack him with your blade while he was in the study. Your blade, though, couldn't harm the living. Ironic, isn't it? Race forgot everything but the anger that caused them to become one. Such is the power of vengeance, or of hate. Your hatred with Isao Sukagami only intensified after that. Then one day, Hinagi-kun Hinagiku came up with an idea.
私が月神功を呪い殺します。
Did she make the mirror? I will curse and kill Isao Sukugami.
そんなことできないよ。
For ghosts, that's
だって
兄を
impossible.
見ていて気がついたのです。恨みが強ければ呪い殺すことも可能ではと。
Watching my brother, I realized something. Anger strong enough can turn into a curse. That made some sense to me. It seemed as though Kureha would one day be powerful enough to curse Isao Sukugami.
でも相当の恨みじゃなきゃ。
The hate must need to be so intense.
稲木くちゃん。
Nagiku?
自分を殺され、唯一の肉親である兄を殺され、並程度の恨みだと思っているのですか。
Murdered with my brother, my only family, I assure you my grudge is no ordinary.
私は兄のために耐えているだけです。私自身、兄に負けないほどの恨みを持っている。
I did my best to contain it for my brother's sake, but my rage matches his. In that moment, something black and sinister flowed from Hanagi-kun's body. I hugged her, trying to
お
restrain
願いだか
her.
らこらえてくれ。
Stop, you have to fight
ありがと
this.
う。でも、もうこらえきれないのよ。
Thank you, but I can't hold back any longer.
だけど稲木くちゃんが月神功を呪い殺してもクレハさんが元に戻るか
So
わ
it
からな
used
いじ
to
ゃ
be
な
a
いか。
wraith. Yep. She took his hate away and erased his memory of what happened. Cursing Isao Sukugami doesn't guarantee you'll save
いや
Kureha.
元に戻ったって君が悪霊になっていたら
And even if it does save him, you'll still be a
兄の
wraith.
姿を見たでしょう。化け物のようなあの姿を。
You saw my brother, didn't you? That monstrous form.
私が悪霊となっても私だと気づかないわ。そうなればひなぎくは成仏したのだと。
So he
そう
really
思
was
って
no.
成仏してくれるは
Oh,
ず。
I'm so sorry. The sword belonged to Sukugami. He picked it up to have a weapon because he heard his sister screaming. And then Sukugami used it to kill his sister. So he kept the sword as a reminder of what happened to his sister. Except he forgot. He won't recognize me as a wraith. He'll cross over believing I already did. But
あなたは成仏してね。安らかな世へ旅立って。
I want you to cross over too. I want you to find peace.
そんなことできるわけないだろう。俺が君をどう思ってるか。
I can't do that. You know how I feel
ご
about
めん
you.
なさい。
Sorry.
お願いだからやめてよ。月神功を殺す方法なら
Please don't do
他に
this.
もあるはずだ。
There has to be another way to
一
kill
緒に考え
Isao
よう。
Sukugami. We'll find a way
そ
together.
うしているうちにも兄が月神功を殺してしまいます。そうすればきっと地獄へ連れて行かれてしまう。
And while we do that, my brother might kill Isao Sukugami, and if that happens, he'll be taken to hell. Hell?
この世にも取り締まっている者たちがいると他の幽霊から聞いたの。
I've
聖女を
heard
傷
the
つ
other
けるのは
ghosts speak
重
of
罪
it.
よ。
A place where those who do harm to others are
じゃ
taken.
あ
The new.
聖者の頃から兄は私を一番に考え守ってきてくれた。だから今度は私が。
In life, my brother protected me. He cared about me more than anyone else. Now it's my turn to protect him. Kureha, I'm sorry. I couldn't do it. I couldn't stop her.
ねえ、お願い。私のことは知らせないで。
Well, here I am breaking this
ひな
promise.
ぎくは悪霊になったと。
Please keep
言わ
my
ないで
fate
って
from him. Don't tell him what's become of me.
こんなこと頼んでしまってごめんなさい。
Forgive me for this last selfish request. Then, with a faint
私を
smile,
愛してくれてありがとう。
your love meant everything to me. A lone tear fell from Hinagiku's eye, Hinagi-kun's eye, as she vanished into the shadows. She had turned into a wraith. When he finished speaking, the boy gazed at
あん
Kureha.
たは月神功が呪い殺されたのを見ると
After
急に
seeing
意識を失ってさ。
After seeing Asawi Tsukigami cursed and killed, you collapsed.
目を覚ましたのは月神功が死んで数日経ってからだった。驚くことにあんたは元の姿に戻っててさ。
Was she the bitch that touched our shoulder from the last stream? Yeah, but she did it because she didn't want us to interfere with his memory loss. Sometimes you don't know why someone's mad at you. When you awoke, days had passed since his demise. Actually, no, wait, that was a different girl. Just kidding. She did touch her, but it was at the beginning of the stream. The last girl was the girl from the cafeteria that had seen Yui and then tried to attack Yui and then turned into a wraith. Different girl. Sorry about that. When you awoke, days had passed since his demise, and astonishingly, you had returned to your original form.
思ったんだけど、あんたは悪霊化していたけど、なりきれていなかったんじゃないかな。
My theory is you weren't fully a wraith yet.
元に戻ったんだから。
Might explain why you're able to return to your normal self.
ついでに言うと、あんたに記憶がなかったのは、一度悪霊になったからと。
However, you lost your memories because you had partially transformed into a wraith.
多分だけど、ひなぎくちゃんの死を間近に見たショックで記憶を封じ込めた。
I suspect the trauma of seeing Hanaki-kun killed in front of you forced your mind to block the memory. Classic.
ひなぎくちゃんことね。
Including all memories of her.
ひなぎく。
Hinagiku. His voice quivered as he whispered her name. I rose and silently took Kureha's hand. Kureha, I hope you can come to terms with this. I prayed the words silently as I held his hand. The boy's gaze lingered on Kureha's clouded by sorrow. It wasn't her. So the person who grabbed us in the last stream with Hibiki was part of the sacrifices, but she turned into a wraith then. Because she saw Yui and started blaming Yui, and Yui was apologizing, and the girl was all like, I don't need your apology, you deserve to die. And then she's like, okay. That was that girl. This girl was already a wraith the whole time. She was just living in a basement. Perhaps a part of him resented Kureha for forgetting all about Hinagiku. He must have struggled honoring Hinagikun's wish while seeking for a way to bring her back. That reminds me, gathering my courage, I softly spoke. The boy turned to me. Did Hanaki-kun go to hell? How was it that she was able to come back here?
ケーキを終えて戻ってきたんだ。罪を犯した幽霊にも等しく成仏をする権利は与えられるらしい。
She served her sentence and returned here. Even those who commit terrible crimes are given the right to cross over.
と言っ
But
ても悪霊のままだったけど、罪を犯したことへの罰を与えるだけで、公正
she
なのでは
remains a wraith. She was punished for her crimes, but she did not return to her previous form. I see. It would probably be better to ask
自
Seiya.
分を殺した人間を呪い殺したという正当性が認められてか、そんなに長い間投獄されていなかったよ。
Her cursing her murder was deemed just, so Hinagiku's punishment was brief.
まあ、それは良かったんだけど、
But
彼女を
rehabilitating
元に戻す方法を実
her
行
back
す
to
るのに、
normal has taken far,
時間
far
が
longer. Back to normal.
まずクレアさんにひなぎくちゃんを思い出させること。クレアさんには悪霊化せずに事実を受け止めてもらわないとならなかった。
First, you had to remember Hinaki Kureha. You needed to confront the truth without becoming a wraith.
なぜなら彼女に呼びかけてほしいから。それができればひなぎくちゃんは
The goal
元に戻ると思うから。
was for you to reach out to her if you... He needs a face. Don't give a character this much dialogue and not give them a face. The goal was for you to reach out to her. If you could do that, Hinaki-kun might be able to return to her formal self. I was beginning to understand the plan. Kureha had been silent, but then turned to face the
今度
boy.
は俺がひなぎくを取り戻す番だな。
It's my turn to save Hinaki-kun. Saying this, his grip on my hand tightened slightly. I'm so glad Kureha is taking this well.
思うんだ。 ひなぎくちゃんもあの時のクレハさんと同じく完全には悪霊化していないんじゃないかって。
I theorize that maybe Hinaki-kun, like you, hasn't fully became a wraith
だっ
yet.
てひなぎくちゃんは他の幽霊を襲わないんだ。悪霊は寂しさに飢えて構ってほしいというように襲いかかるはずなのに。
That explains why she doesn't harm other ghosts. Wraith, driven by their loneliness, often lash out at other ghosts for attention. I noticed that too. Once another Wraith attacked me crying out in loneliness. Even Hinaki-kun attacked. She only pleaded for Kureha's memories to remain forgotten, so Hinaki-kun isn't lost to darkness yet. Until the hope of bringing Hinaki-kun back seemed bleak. Kureha's little sister, when they worked for the Tsukugami family, she was confined to the mansion by Isao Tsukugami and murdered. She became a wraith for Kureha's sake and killed Isao Tsukugami. Since then, she has wandered as a wraith, but she wasn't alone. A boy supported her. Did Yui know that the sword he carries is her father's? She hasn't made a statement about knowing it, but to be honest, the sword probably wouldn't be significant to Yui even if it was in her dad's study, because I don't know if I can tell a sword apart. I'm so glad we talked to this boy first. I renewed my resolve with a
だ
sigh.
が今になってどうして俺に記憶を取り戻させた？
But why wait until now for me to regain my memory? That was something I couldn't understand either. I had always assumed it was to stop Kureha from turning into a wraith. But now, why now? I looked back at
ク
the
レハ
boy.
さんに大切な人ができたから。
Because Kureha, you found love. You have a crush.
クレハさんを支えてくれる人が現れるのを俺はずっと待っていたんだ。
I was waiting for you, Kureha, hoping you'd find someone to stand by your
支え
side.
があればきっと悪霊化しない。こらえてくれると信じて。
With the support of someone else by your side, I knew you could endure the truth and not turn into a wraith. So that was the reason.
俺の見立ては間違いじゃなかっただろ。
Seems my judgment was correct. It filled me with joy to realize I had become the person who could support
クレ
him.
ハさんが悪霊化しちゃったらひなぎくちゃんを救う手立てがなくなるからかなり慎重にはなっていたよ。
This sister has no face to it would suck. So far, she really doesn't. She has her wraith form, which isn't her real face. We'll see. Kureha, if you become a wraith, then there would be no way to save Hinaki-kun. That's why I've been so careful until now.
本当に
I'm
よかった。
relieved it turned out this way.
ひなぎくのことを考えてくれて
You
いるんだ。
really do care about Hinaki-kun.
ひなぎくちゃんは俺にとって大事な人だから。
Hinaki-kun means a lot to me, just as she does to you. Kureha released my hand and stood up. Then he bowed to the
ありが
boy.
とう。ひなぎくを愛してくれていて。
Thank you. Thank you for loving Hinaki-kun. The first time I saw Kureha act as the protective big brother he
あんたと
was.
話すのは初めてだったけどちゃんとした人でよかったよ。
This is our first real conversation. I'm happy to see you're a good person after all. Kureha looked up, encouraged by the boy's
あんたた
words.
ちが来た時のためにってひなぎくちゃんは地下祭壇に閉じ込めてる。
I trapped Hinaki-kun in the underground altar to buy time until you arrived.
ひなぎ
So
くちゃんを頼む。
please
俺じゃ
save
ダメだったか
Hinaki-kun.
ら
Do what I couldn't.
俺がいても足手まといにしかならない。
I'd just be in the way if I join you, so I'm gonna
俺
stay
は行かな
behind.
い。
Huh? Before I could speak up, Kureha placed his hand on the boy's
わかった
shoulder.
行こう。だがお前も一緒にだ。
Alright, let's go, but you're coming with us.
俺はいいよ。何も楽に
It's
なら
fine,
な
I
いか
won't be
ら。
of any help.
お前がひなぎくのそばにいてくれたから悪霊となった後も自我を忘れずにいた。
Because you stayed by Hinagi-kun's side, she managed to hold on to herself even as a wraith.
話を聞いて俺はそう感じたんだがな。
At least that's how I see it. I agree, that's exactly why you should stick together. We have to save Hinaki-kun, all of us. Thanks. Alright, let's go. The three of us set off to the basement. Before descending into the underground altar, Kureha firmly reminded me, do not look into Hinagi-kun's eyes. Given that her gaze could curse me, it was only dangerous if our eyes met. I'm pretty sure that's right, at least that's how it's been this whole time. Shortly after we entered the dimly lit altar, and just as the boy mentioned, we found Hinagi-kun there. She didn't conceal her fury and started channeling negative energy towards me immediately. Kureha intervened.
Hinagi-kun.
She looks like the elevator. Honestly, the method in which she died is similar to the elevator lady. Hinagi-ku. For a moment, Hinagi-ku ceased. It was as though her body had frozen in time. Part of her is still in there.
Hinagi-kun. ちゃんと聞こえているんだろう。この兄の声が。
Hinagi-ku, I know you can hear me. It's me, your brother. It's me, your boy. Her guttural cries resounded throughout the area.
Hinagi-kun!
Hinagi-ku? Kureha crying out her name seemed to push her back. He then grasped Hinagi-kun's hand.
Hinagi-kun! Hinagi-kun! 正気に戻ってくれ!
Hinagi-kun, please come back to us. Hinagi-ku seemed to struggle trying to break free. I kept my eyes downcast to avoid her gaze. No. She looks like a Muppet now. Like, imagine that. Oh, God, she's just like the elevator lady. The elevator lady climbed on the ceiling, too. Somehow, Hinagi-kun's face came into my line of sight. What? And our eyes locked. She had contorted her body enough to enter my field of vision. Oh, no. Help, Kazu, help, brother. Words began to enter my head, coupled with screams that I couldn't process. Flesh.
Hinagi-kun! やめてくれ! 彼女を傷つけないでくれ!
I can't, I'm scared.
頼む!
Hinagi-kun, stop. Don't hurt her, please. Even though I could still hear Kureha. Oh no, I'm getting caught. I'm getting pulled in. At this rate, if things keep going like this, I'll just be in the way. No, I want to stay by his side. I want to try. I want to help. In that moment, I accepted my death. A warm light enveloped me, turning the darkness white. I'll protect you no matter what. Kureha. Come back to me, Leah. What's my status? Looks like the top of his head's still not colored in. Did I ruin this? You are still alive. I'm not dead yet. I can't die and join you in your world. I wanted to help you. I felt myself floating, unsure of where I was. I was enveloped in warmth. This is Kureha's warmth, the warmth of my beloved. Who's there? I wanted to keep sleeping, but a warm sensation on my lips roused me. Kureha? Seeing him so close brought me to my senses. You're back. How? Kureha gave me a faint smile. I immediately sensed something was off. His breath, usually cold, felt warm. What have you done? I simply told you how I feel about you. What have you done? Told me something's not right. Before I could respond, I noticed something about him had changed. Kureha, your body. I touched his face, confirming his presence. It looks like I went a bit too far. My guy, are you alive? How are you alive? Don't worry, it doesn't hurt at all. What have you done? What are you saying? Kureha didn't answer me. He merely continued to smile. I sensed Kureha was fading away. Wait, please don't leave.
お前を見守るという約束は果たせそうにない。
Looks like I won't be able to keep my promise to protect you. The promise doesn't matter. Just stay. Stay here with me. I kept calling out to him. Please stay here in this world. I couldn't bear the thought of him vanishing. Even if I couldn't see or touch him, I needed him to still be
お前
here.
は生きてくれ。生きて必ずうつしおに戻るんだ。
You have to live. Live and return to the
人
mortal
生を
world
謳歌し
realm.
てほしい。
Live a full life. Live
俺
for,
の分まで。
live for both of us. Kureha, if you're not here with me, I'll lose myself. Kureha saved me from death. That must be why this is happening. She can't turn to a wraith if she's not dead. He did something to save my life. That's why I felt the warmth on my lips. Think, 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 think.
さっきの後では頼りなく思うかもしれないが、
He gave me his soul.
改めて約束しよ
He repeated those words again. That was his answer. But as a member of the living, I too had a soul. What is this? What is happening here? This looks like she fell in love with a vampire. Kureha tried to pull away, but he seemed weakened, and I managed to keep him close to me. I pressed my lips to his, intent on breathing life, my soul, my very essence into him. What are we doing, guys? He's the make out in front of your sister. They're in the library. The sister's in the basement. Our tongues met, seeking to merge together. Okay, I don't think that's sharing anymore. I don't know how to do this. All I could do was hope from the bottom of my heart. Kureha, I need you. Death was not the end for me. With you by my side, it was just a new beginning. Slowly, I opened my eyes, and Kureha's face was before me. A wave of relief washed over me seeing him there. It's going to be okay. It was more than relief. I felt a sense of weakness as I pulled back from him. My time is near. A faint smile formed on my lips. Thank goodness. It should be alright
う。
now.
すまない。俺は
I'm sorry. I'm so glad you don't have to disappear, Kureha. How can you hoe and when you're about to die? Listen, you can hoe whenever. I'm sorry for doing this without permission, but you mean too much to me. Kureha shook his head. His expression was slightly puzzling, yet unmistakably he was smiling.
俺は狂ってしまったらしい。
I want the
お前
music
の
for
死
this.
を
Like,
悲しく思っている反面、
are we on Minami's route now? Are you making fun of me,
嬉
Ray?
しくも思っていて。
You know Minami is last. We're not doing him now. That's so mean. Oh my gosh. Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I feel so sad about your death, and yet I feel such joy about how you feel.
ごめん。そして
I'm sorry, Leah, and thank you. What if she doesn't become a ghost? What if she just goes? To be fair, these are the spookiest routes. It's true. The Wraith is nonstop. I felt the same way. It seemed I too had lost my mind. Yet I felt no anguish, only a deep sense of peace. Mind if I rest for a little while? I'm quite tired. Kureha embraced me gently, silently consenting. The only onions I cried was Alan's route, and he got reborn as MC looked after him. I remember baby Alan. Freed from all burdens, I slowly closed my eyes and savored the comfort of his warm
これから
embrace.
も共に
We will always be together. I love you. His love resonated through me. And with that, I heard my heartbeat for the very last time. Yui's gonna be so freaking mad. Yui's gonna be so mad. Oh, I hit the wrong button. After falling asleep peacefully, I awoke in a world transformed. Since I was in the mirror, it took me a while to realize the mortal realm had been restored. It seemed that my spiriting away had indeed caused the creation of this peculiar world. The normal life that I had been seeking. The sights and sounds that I knew so well all returned. Yet this marked a new beginning for me. Lured into this strange new world, my time as a dead woman began 9 days later. What an interesting end-ish. 9 days. 9 R.I.P, get it? That's where the name comes from. Kureha's the only one who gets this kind of prologue, epilogue, sorry. Poster boy privileges. So true. What the heck? They all should get one of those. That was silly. What? Alright, let's see. We might be able to finish this route before I have to leave for work. Which if you guys weren't here earlier, unfortunately, after I got called into work today. My existence as a ghost was surprisingly peaceful, more so than my busy life when I was among the living. Though life was serene, finding inner peace was challenging. Okay, but did we save her? Kureha continued to visit Hanagiku, who remained a wraith in the underground altar, hoping to help her regain her sanity. I embarked on my own mission to watch over those I cared about. My mom seemed completely exhausted. Thankfully, my sister helped take care of her. This is so crazy. Okay, Twilight is probably conceptually one of my least favorite stories because I'm with Ariel's dad and stuff like this. Like, do not throw your life away if you have a good life. I'm not saying if you have trash family to stay with them, but if your life is good, don't throw it away for a guy or a girl. Don't throw it away because there's so many people out there. You can find somebody else that will fit that piece better. And a dead boy is not it. I know I'm playing this game and I understand, but like a dead boy is not the answer. Sayaka, on the other hand, was determined to uncover the truth behind my disappearance. They wanted the ghosty. Listen, and I appreciate that. But you don't have to die to get it. I agree with you so much. I did not like Twilight at all. Yeah, Twilight was so ridiculous that she's all like, I'm going to live forever as a vampire. And I will never see my family again. I'm like, girl, do you hear yourself? Do you hear yourself right now? You don't have to do this. You don't have to die to get it. Exactly. You do not have to die to get it. There are ways. American Horror Story, the show, will teach you the ways. Their lives had been upended by the fact that I had suddenly vanished. How could I possibly make it up to them? That was the only regret I had. As days went by, there was always one thing I eagerly anticipated.
ここの映画館にいると思ったんだが。
I was sure he'd be at this theater. The day Kureha and I were near the station, we wanted to introduce me to his ghost friend. What kind of person is this friend of yours,
今
Kureha?
風の男でな。さっぱりした性格
American Horse Race Young.
とでも言えばいいか。
I'd say he's quite modern. Or maybe he's better to say he's straightforward. Modern. That was kind of hard to picture. It was also surprising that Kureha had a ghost friend outside of school. How did you two become friends?
驚くことに、幽霊となってから俺を訪ねてきてな。霊感が強かったらしく、生前から俺を見ていたとのことだった。
Interestingly, he visited me after I turned into a ghost. He was very spiritually attuned, so he could see me even when he was alive. So he can see ghosts.
なあ、こんな風に言われたぞ。会ってみると普通、
Top romance choice
拍子
ghost,
抜け
marry
したわ。
ghost. Koyo, I miss you, honestly, same. He even told me that he was disappointed when he met me. I was so normal. He seems like quite a character. Now you've piqued my interest. Kureha then firmly took my hand. I looked up to see he was frowning at me. What's wrong?
お前が他の男に興味を持ったからだ。
You seem taken with another guy.
やめておくか。
Perhaps you should consider meeting him. We should reconsider meeting him. I'm intrigued, but not in like a romantic way. Kureha, you're the one for me. Are you seriously questioning my love? I died for you, my guy.
そういうわけじゃない。すまない。嫉妬
That's
で
not
暴
what I
走
meant.
して
I'm
しまった。
sorry. I guess I got a little carried away. Don't worry about it. I'm not mad. I actually find his jealousy kind of endearing.
はあ、お前が俺を愛してくれているのは実感しているのだが、
Deep down, I
ど
know
うに
you
も不
love
安に
me,
なってしまってな。
but sometimes I can't help but worry. Then I'll have to shower you with even more love to keep those worries at bay.
それはいいな。だが、お前からの愛情はすでにこの胸にあるんだ。
The problem I have with this Atome is the MC is so young. Yeah, actually, there was this really funny thing I read. And it's all like, am I the only person who reads fiction? And when they say that the character's 19, I age them up to 25 because are we being for real right now? So why did he look like that? Is that just their outfits? I don't know. Were they wearing kimonos a lot in 1949 in Japan? I don't really know. Yes, they were. Interesting. That sounds wonderful, but honestly, my heart's already brimming with your love.
今もこの胸の中にお前の気を感じる。あの時に流れ込んできたものがな。
I still feel your presence in my heart. It's been there since
幸
that
せな気持
moment.
ちになる。
Every time I sense it, it brings me such joy. Not a lot, but it wasn't uncommon. Western clothing was just beginning to be popular. Nice. Okay, now we know. Kureha was referring to our last kiss back when we were still among the living.
俺に愛情を与えてくれてありがとう。これからもよろしく頼むぞ。
Thank you for sharing your love with me. I hope you'll continue to do
ずっ
so.
とそばにいてほしい。そして成仏するときは
I want
共に。
to be with you, and when it's time for us to cross over, I want us to do it together. Yes, I want the same. We aimed to cross over together. I didn't know when our time would come, but I continued to hold out hope. We supported each other so that we didn't turn into race, so we waited for our time, so that we may pass to the other side in peace. No picture in the after credit? What are you talking about, Heavenly? Heavenly, hang on. Wait. I don't know if I have time to do the other one. No glimpse. I think that's trying to imply that
これから
he
もずっ
woke
と
up.
一緒にいられるわけだが、改めてよろしく頼む。二人、心が病まないように過ごしていこう。まあ、お前がそばにいるなら、
We'll be together from now on,
ないがな。
so stay with me. Let's spend our days
好きになってく
together
れ
and
て
ensure our hearts never
ありがとう。
fall into despair.
そば
As
にい
long
てくれ
as you're
て
by my side, I don't think I'll
ありがとう。
ever despair. Thank you for loving me, and
愛してい
thank
るぞ。
you for staying by my side. I love you. He loves me. He loves me. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. I thought I was on Ghost Stories. We're gonna see. I might not have enough time though. Ba-da-da-da. I can protect myself. I can take care of myself. You don't need the Khalifa flowers anymore.
お前の強さは信じているが、未だ呪われたままでは
I'm
安心
so
できなくて
strong.
な。
Don't worry, Kureha. I trust your strength, but I'm still worried about your curse. Kureha's worries were understandable. I'm confident that once we discover the name of the spirit of the Forbidden Room, this mark will disappear. All I can do now is try to fend off the wraith while keeping my own sanity. I can do it, so don't worry about me,
あり
Kay?
がとう。今の言葉で随分と心が落ち着いた。
Thanks, your
俺
words
は
certainly make me feel more
お前
calm.
をそばで支えるからだ。
I promise to stay by your side. Awesome. He said this. He gently patted my head. I hope you do. Our smiles met and I felt momentarily at ease, but I knew we had to get going. There was something I need to ask Kureha.
この世界を写し終え戻し、お前を返すことが最優先。
Forgive me for saying this, but returning
許してほ
this
しい。
world to the mortal realm and ensuring you get home safely is top priority. Kureha always put me first, and I was grateful to him for that. It's his kindness that made me fall for him. I gently let go of him. Thank you. I'll always remember how kind you were to me, and if I hold on to these feelings, even if I can't sense you, as long as I have my memories of you, my heart will stay strong. Because I love you from the bottom of my heart. This is after they kiss, I assume. Kureha looked at me surprised and smiled
俺
warmly.
もお前が大好きだぞ。だから
I love you too.
そ
I'll
ばでずっ
always
と
be
見守る。
there, watching you,
幸せを
praying for
願
your
う。
happiness. He took my hand and kissed it softly. His cool, gentle breath felt comforting as it grazed my back of my hand. I love you truly. I do like this font change, so I know if it's text I've already read. Haha, makes it easy. All right, where are we going? No, I can't give up now. I made a vow to Kureha and myself to guard my own mind. I swear to God, if this is a better ending again with the no choices, is that it? Don't have affection for Ghost. Don't. It knows. Don't date Ghost. It's like, don't do it, idiot. And I'm like, oh my God. Okay, huff huff. My vision grew hazy and I fought to stay conscious.
お姉さん、
Hey, I realized the boy from before was supporting me. And meanwhile, Kureha was attempting to restrain Hinakiku. I'm sorry.
ここから離れよう。さあ早く。
You need to get out of here quick. Without waiting for my response, he began guiding me to the stairs. I swear to gosh. Even as we ascended, the sound of Hanaki-kun's anguished cries and Kureha's calls to her echoed behind us. While climbing, I tried to steady my thoughts, contemplating the curse from Hinaki-kun that had infiltrated my mind. In those moments, I thought I heard the whisper of a delicate girl. The boy helped me all the way to the library. Then he brought over a chair and had me sit down. Thanks, you saved me.
ごめんなさい。俺がもっと気を配っていれば。
Sorry, I should have been more aware of our surroundings. It's my own fault. I thought I was being cautious, but I ended up looking directly into her eyes. To be fair, she craned her neck in quite an interesting way. Despite this, the boy appeared distressed. Feeling that any attempt to comfort him might be futile, I simply told him that what was on my mind. I did come to one realization while receiving the curse. I heard voices whispering in my head. Hinaki-kun was among them, and among those voices was a girl's. This is just a guess, but I think it might be the voice of Hinaki-kun's conscience.
Huh?
Ghost boy's pretty gentlemanly.
本当。
Really? You know what? It's true. It's why he deserves a face. He moved closer to so suddenly I couldn't help but chuckle at myself. I think she was saying something like, "Brother, please help."
それ、クレハさんのことだ。
That has to be Kureha. What a relief. What a blessing.
よかった。
Scary neck craning watch Smile.
本当によかった。
Smile 2's out now in theaters. Go watch that one. She's a singer in that one. She mentioned Kazuma. Is that someone's name? The boy's face froze, his gaze drifting.
そう。
That's my name.
俺の
Watched it, didn't find it scary. Aw. Did you watch Terrifier 3 yet? That's my name. Elevator Girl was scary enough for this month. Dude, Elevator Girl, she wins. She wins it all. Did like the music though. I haven't been scared watching a horror movie in a long time. The boy by the name Kazuma fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. The boy who worked as a servant for the Tsukugami family, just like Hinakiku was imprisoned in the mansion and then murdered. When alive, he was fond of Hanakiku. Perhaps it was thanks to Kazuma's earnest feelings Hinaki-kun was able to prevent from becoming a wraith. What's Elevator Girl? Elevator Girl is from the Bridge Curse Part 2. She's a girl who was attacked and had her head caught in an elevator. So it severed it almost completely off and it falls backwards and she walks backwards. And it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. Because her head dangles behind her back.
覚えてくれて
She remembered me.
ナギく
Nakiku. There were tears of joy. I could tell his heart was filled with love and relief. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a handkerchief and offered it to him without a word. Kazuma looked up, thanked me, and accepted it. I'm gonna stay from that. Oh, you gotta watch it. Yesterday, she was in there a lot. She also, when she's running, it's like wet sounding footsteps. So you just hear like wet steps constantly. And I'm like, where is she? Kureha burst into the room. By the way, I'm very religious when I play horror games, guys. So.
大丈夫か
Are you okay, Leah? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. How's Hinakiku?
今も地下にいる。どう声をかけても狂ったように叫ぶだけでな。扉を閉めてきたからここには来ない。
She's still below. No matter how much I call out to her, she just screams wildly. I've closed the door so she won't get up here. Then let's try again, this time with both you and Kazuma calling out to her. I looked at Kazuma and he nodded back at me. In his eyes, I saw a flicker of hope. This time it might just work. This might be our final attempt. I'm not sure if my body can endure much more. Kureha seemed about to speak, then stopped himself. Kureha,
俺を信じてここで待っていてくれないか
do you trust me and stay here for now?
お前がいるとひなぎくが呪いを飛ばす。それは避けたいんだ。
If you're there,
お前を死なせたくないから。
Hinakiku might unleash her curse. I need to prevent that. I can't risk losing you. Kureha! His concern touched me, but we couldn't leave the other realm and return to the mortal realm without me being there. I understand. I'll trust you and wait, but let me keep an eye on you from a distance.
ありがとう。必ずひなぎくを正気に戻す。そうすればお
Is
前
she
の
gonna
呪いは解
also
けて
be in the next
会話
gameplay?
をすることもできるだろう。
If I go back to Bridge Curse, I'm trying to get all the collectibles. What I planned on doing was actually Googling it and seeing what I needed to do to get the other ending, because there is 2 endings in the game and we got one of them. But there's some things I'm never gonna get in that game. There's some things that if I have to get all the collectibles, I am not gonna win. I was in a perfect atmosphere. I was at the dining room, all lights off, and a hallway in front of me and the window behind me. It was just dark in here. It's just, I turn the lights off and it's just dark, and then I can hear things outside and I'm like, I promised to bring Hinagaki, oh gosh, I can't. Hanagiku back to her senses, then the curse should lift and you'll be able to talk with her. Ah, I guess Kureha has already thought this through. I felt reassured he had considered every angle, but of course he would. His sole focus this whole time was always getting me back home
階段の
safely.
暗闇に潜んで見守っていてくれ。いいな。
Stay hidden in the shadows near the stairs and keep watch, got it? Yes. As Happy would say. Without delay, we all sprung into action. As directed, I hid behind the shadows in the stairway and watched silently over them. Nagakiku, still, I can't say her name right, restless as she moved about with her eyes scanning in every direction. She would notice me if I wasn't careful. Nervously, I made sure to remain out of sight. Kureha and Kazuma approached Hinagakiku and she immediately ran away with her back to the wall. The fear displayed by the wraith was proof that Hinagiku's consciousness was still intact. Otherwise, she would have just immediately attacked them.
ひなぎく聞いてくれ。
Hinagi-kun, please hear
俺
me.
は
Hinagi-kun's piercing screams overpowered any words Kureha attempted to convey. I trusted Kureha not to succumb to becoming a wraith, and yet perhaps the flood of memories tormented him as well. Hinagaki-kun darted towards Kazuma and seemed to seek refuge behind him,
ひな
but
ぎちゃんよく聞いてクレア様ちゃんと受け止めたんだもう闇
Hinagaki-kun,
に染
please
まること
listen.
はないんだよ
Kureha has come to terms with everything. You don't have to live in darkness
だか
anymore.
ら君が闇に染まっている理由は
There's no need for you to linger in the shadows. Hinagaki-kun raised her gaze to meet Kazuma's, then slowly turned her attention back to
ひなぎく
Kureha. I said his name wrong in my head. Hinaki-kun. He gently grasped Hinaki-kun's hand, causing her to shake intensely.
俺は全て記憶を取り戻した。あの時のことを全て
I recovered my memories. I recall every detail from that
ずっ
day.
と忘れていてごめん。お前に寂しい思いをさせて
I regret that I'd forgotten you for so long. I'm sorry for leaving you all alone. Kureha delivered those words to Hinaki-kun with patience and sincerity.
俺は正常だ。悪霊化しない。
My
も
voice
う
is still
心配
cracking.
しなくてもいいんだ。
I've returned to my true self. I won't turn into a wraith. You don't need to worry anymore. Oh my gosh, my voice. I hope Hinaki-kun will understand. I put my hands together and prayed from the
寂
shadows.
しい思いは
You're not
もう
alone
させない。
anymore. Hinaki-kun, please.
ずっとお前のそばにいるよ。
I will always be by your side. Please listen to Kureha's words.
だから目を覚ましてくれ。
Please wake up. Also, I said that's probably his sister, by the way. I called this. Please see him with your own eyes. Brother. Yes,
そうだ。お前の兄だ。
I'm your brother. And then a radiant light filled the underground altar and the oppressive darkness seemed to vanish. Oh no, she's a light now. Oh dear, that's not what we wanted. As the lights faded, the wraith was gone. Instead of beautiful glowing orb floated gently in its place.
ひなぎく
Inagiku?
お兄さん、ありがとう。思い出してくれて
Thank
本当
you.
にありがとう。
Thank you for remembering.
ずっと会いたかったです。ひなぎくと呼んでほしかった。
Oh, I missed you so much. How I long to hear you call my name.
ひなぎく来るのが遅れてごめん。お前を思い出せずに
Inagi-kun, forgive me for taking so long. I couldn't remember, and I.
ひなぎくは嬉しいのです。だからどうか謝らないでください。
I feel happy now. Please, there's no need for you to apologize. What a relief. I'm happy for them.
カズマさん、
Kazuma,
ひなぎくちゃん、
Inagiku.
ありがとう。カズマさん、
Thank you, Kazuma.
あなたがいつもそばにいてくれたから、私は暗闇の中でもわずかに自分を保てていました。
You being by my side, it's the only thing that helped me keep myself in the
苦
darkness.
しくて、辛くて、自分のすべてを黒に染めようとした時もありました。
It was agonizing, almost suffocating, and at times I felt I might be lost to the darkness.
でも、あなたの
Thank
存
you.
在が私を助けてくれました。本当にありがとう。
But you're what saved me. Thank you.
俺はひなぎくちゃんのそばにいたくて
I only did
そ
it
うしていた
because
だけだよ。
I wanted to be with you, Hinagi-kun.
はあ戻ってきてくれて
I'm just relieved you're
嬉
back.
しい。
I'm so thankful. Gradually, the boy's form began to fade.
ね俺を愛してくれているなら一緒に行ってくれない？
If you feel the same way about me, will you cross over with me?
ええ、もちろんです。
Of
すぐ
course,
に行きます。
I'll cross over with you,
あなたのもとへ。
straight up dying in front of us.
それならよかった。クレアさんとお別れしたらすぐに来てね。
Imagine if he was rejected. She's like, actually, I've always seen you as like a good friend. And I just got my brother back. And I might be an orb light, but you know what? I've seen an orb light lead people into chaos before, and I dream of that. That's wonderful. Well then, let me know when you've said goodbye to Kureha. Goodbye to Kureha. After the boy disappeared, Kureha approached Hinagiku.
ひなぎく会わせたい人がいるんだ。
Hinagiku, there's someone here to meet you. Hearing this, I stepped forward a bit anxious.
あ
I
なた様に謝りたかったのです。苦しめてしまいました。
owe you
本
an
当にご
apology.
めんなさい。
I'm sorry for all the pain I caused you. Do you remember
うっ
everything?
すらとですが、あなた様のことを お兄さんが守ってくれていて本
Just
当
bits
に良
and
かったで
pieces.
す。
I'm grateful my brother was there to protect you. I couldn't see her face. Her voice was warm and genuine. No need to apologize. I understand, Hinakiku.
ありがとう。
Thank you. Oh, oops, sorry. The orb seemed to bow gently towards me. Seeing that, I couldn't help but smile. And so I proceeded to ask her, I've been meaning to ask your name. I guess I already know it, but I want to hear it from you. I need it to restore this place back to the mortal realm. Sorry if this isn't a good time.
詳しい事情はわかりませんが、あなた様の頼みとあらば。
I'm not sure I understand the specifics, but if that's what you need. After a brief pause, Hinaki-kun spoke.
私の名前はひなぎく。
My name is Hinakiku.
あなた様のおかげで兄と会えました。心から感謝します。
Thanks to you, I was reunited with my brother, and I'm grateful from the bottom of my heart.
お兄さん、私はカズマさんのもとへ参ります。後で来るのを待っていますね。お
Brother,
兄さんが来るのは先になりそうですから。
I'm going to leave Akasuma now. I'll be waiting for you on the other side, though. Take all the time you need.
相変わらずお前は里いやつだな。
You always were perceptive.
ああ、先に行っていてくれ。おそらく俺が行くのはあと何十年か後。
Go on ahead. It'll probably be a few decades before I catch up with you. After saying that, Kureha
こ
turned
こ
to
で
me.
彼女を待ち、共に行く。
I'll be here and then we'll go together. This is why you don't fall in love with dead people. You're gonna be alive. I suspected Kureha's intended to wait until my life ended before crossing over. Actually, I'm sure that's exactly what he intends to do. He watched over me in life and then joins me when my time
お
comes.
二人とも待っています。
I'll be waiting for you both. Gradually, Hinaki-kun faded away. Then it was just the two of us. Awkward. Kureha came closer and extended his hand with a warm smile. I reciprocated the smile and accepted his hand. Then, after exiting the mirror, Kureha mentioned a place he wanted to visit, so we headed to the nurse's office. Saying he didn't want to intrude on my goodbyes, he waited at the entrance instead. Yui was in the nurse's office. I told her everything that had happened.
成し遂げることができて本当に良かった。最後お手伝いできなくてごめんなさい。
I'm so relieved. You've wrapped everything up. I wish I could have been more help in the end. Yui, you've been a huge help. Thank you for everything. I grabbed at her hand. Yui tried to pull back, but I held on tight. Yui, there's no darkness in you. We may live in different
友
worlds,
人よ。
but I'm glad to have a friend like you. She finished my sentence before I could. Together we both laughed. Not fair. You can't interrupt me and say it first. I was doing a thing. I'll be supporting you, Yui. I want you to let go of your regrets. I don't want to see you still here when I get here.
ありがとう。とっても嬉しいわ。私も陰ながらあなたを見守っているから。
Thank you. That means so much to me. I'll keep an eye out for you in the shadows. Our smiles met as we parted ways. I'm gonna say bye to Hibiki. Do I have to say goodbye to everybody? Because I gotta go to work. After leaving the nurse's office, I glanced up at the central hallway with a large mirror. Hibiki? Since he hadn't returned, I couldn't bid him farewell, but my time was almost up. Thank you, Hibiki. Thanks. Thanks, my guy. Gotta go now, bye. At the entrance, I found Kureha waiting for me. Kureha? I called his name and he responded with a warm smile. This is it, our final moments together. Suppressing such thoughts, I pulled the sheet with the corpse flower illustration on it. I'm about to look at the printout. I think all the flowers should be colored in now. It is! I unfolded the sheet, and just as I suspected, all the flowers were colored in. For a fleeting instant, I thought I saw the corpse flowers quiver. They were only pictures, but for a moment they seemed almost alive. Silently, I brought the sheet closer to my face. You don't have to wait for me. You can cross over. I'll meet you on the other side.
それが待たなくてはいけなくてな。新たな心残りができて
Are
し
you
まった。
playing more 9 R.I.P tonight? We're gonna find out. So, I'm not supposed to be at work the longest. I might if the other person doesn't come in. And if I come home early enough, I'll play more games. But if not, I might just play a horror game to call it a Hallows Eve and eat some candy. I will keep you guys updated once I hear, because if I get home at 9 p.m., we're not playing 9 R.I.P. Actually, it'd be after 9. It'd be like 10 p.m. I have to wait. I have a new regret now
それはお前と共にあること。
that I never got to spend my life with you. I had a feeling things would turn out this way. I said nothing and merely smiled at him. Tears filled with a mixture of joy and sorrow clouded my eyes. Thank you for loving me, Kureha.
これからもお前を見守り、
I'll always watch
愛していく。
over you with love. I'll be here waiting for you,
待って。
Leah. Tears rolled down my cheeks, not from the sorrow, but overwhelming joy. Until we meet again, these feelings will remain in my heart. I truly love you, but I will marry someone else. Kureha gently wiped away my tears, and I savored this final tender touch from him. It's not how tears work.
このぬくもり、肌の感触、俺への視線、
I need to memorize this moment, your
その
warmth,
すべてを忘れ
the
ないで
feel
お
of
か
your
ないと
skin
な。
and your gaze. Indeed, you should. Keep those memories close. Who knows? I might end up living quite a long life.
お前がどんな人生を送るか楽しみに見ているぞ。
I'm looking forward to seeing the life you lead.
忘れるな。
Leah, always remember,
嬉しい時、
in joy and in
悲し
sorrow,
い時、
I'll always be by
ど
your
んな
side.
時もずっとお前に寄り添っていく。
I'll always be
お
near
前の幸
forever,
福を願いなが
wishing
ら
for your happiness. Absolutely, I'll never forget. Even if I can't see you, Kureha, I know you're there. You're the only one for me, Kureha. I can't be with anyone else, and with your love, I know I'll never feel lonely.
申し訳ないが、そうしてもらうか。
Sorry, I'm glad to hear that. A gust blew from the printout in my hand, and I was enveloped in the scent of flowers. Looks like our time
ま
is
た会
up.
う時まで待っている。
Looks like our time's up.
人生を楽しんでこい。
Until we meet again, go and enjoy your life. Imagine this god is just trying to get her a boyfriend, and all the people he knows are dead. Here I go.
ああ、
As if on cue, the printout began to glow just as I finished speaking. We are not going to do the after credits right now. I'm going to save it and we'll continue the after credits, which maybe I could finish that tonight. You know what? Maybe I'll do the after credits tonight. That might be what I end up doing, just so we can finish his story out. Since it's going to be an awkward to start that and then go to Hibiki's routes. All right, we did it. We did as much as I could. We're going to go to the home screen. What did I do? So we have sound. Have a good day at work. Thank you. I hope you guys all have a great Halloween. If I happen to be forgetful and don't show up again, lol. We'll find out. All right, so thank you guys so much for being here today. I'm gonna see if there's anybody to raid. We might have some friends playing something spoopy right now. If you're watching me on YouTube, as a reminder, I stream about 3 times a week on Twitch, so you can check me out over there. We're currently playing 9 R.I.P. and Zelda, if I ever get back to it. And tomorrow we have a special stream. I'm gonna be playing a newer game that I haven't played before. Are none of my friends on? Oh, you know what? Tommy Lou's on. We'll raid Lou. But yeah. So we're going to be playing stuff. There's a lot coming next month too. I'm a bit overwhelmed, but I'm going to get us all caught up. You're going to see it's going to be great. Thank you guys so much for being here. I hope you have a great day. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Mama. Thank you, Sleazy. Thank you, Twyla. Thank you, Anne. Thank you, everyone, for being in chat and giving redemptions as well. I appreciate it. I will see you guys later. Bye!